many are trying, trying to cross over as well for their protection, and there's serious concern about the condition of minorities in Bangladesh.
Right now, the government of India has announced a committee, a four-member committee headed by the BSF ADG and the IG of BSF in the northeast region. And basically, that has been done to ensure right now that no illegal infiltration happens. Right now, reports are emerging that there are many Bangladeshis who are waiting, or you can be seen gathering near the Indo-Bangla border, near the West Bengal border right now. Now, the government is tight-lipped and has not yet decided as to whether there will be any asylum or there is any consideration of giving asylum to these people who are trying to get into India, or whether, as of now, there is no such mechanism in place as to say that the government has not decided to give any asylum or open the borders for anyone who is trying to get into India through the land border right now, those who are Bangladeshi citizens. So as of now, the situation is very tense and the government is monitoring the situation, but no decision so far has been taken whether these people will be allowed or not. And to monitor the situation and to further ensure that what will be decided in this regard, this committee has been constituted.
All right. Thanks so much, Ghazali, for joining us with all those details. So that panel formed to maintain communication with authorities in Bangladesh and ensure safety of Indians and minorities. All right, let's take a look now at the situation a bit on the border between Russia and Ukraine. Russia is moving troops into its western Kursk region. State media has reported as Ukraine's cross-border surprise attack enters its fourth day. Ukrainian soldiers entered western Russia in a move that's bewildered Moscow, successfully testing its weak border defense and could deal a blow to its natural gas supplies to Europe. Kiev dispatched hundreds of servicemen backed by armored vehicles, artillery and drones to the Kursk region, according to Russian officials and media reports. NDTV's Vishnu Shom explains the area where this is taking place.
War between Russia and Ukraine has gone on for more than 800 days. So it is now still very much in a crisis area where both sides are attacking and counterattacking. The latest is a counterattack by the Ukrainians. So this is the map of Ukraine, and this is the area that we are now about to talk about. And this is where Ukrainian forces have actually crossed over the border between Russia and Ukraine and are operating about 30 kilometers in depth in this area. So while we will focus on that, I will also explain to you the situation in the Kharkiv area, in fact, just in the north of Kharkiv, where there's been a lot of fighting, and this was an area where the Russians had come in, and then also give you a brief idea of what's happening over here, because this is the main front, this entire area where the fighting is taking place. This is the Luhansk and the Donetsk area. Essentially, Russian forces are pushing west. Ukrainian forces are trying to repel them in the opposite direction. But for now, let's focus on this area where Ukrainian forces have gone across. So let me just bring up a couple of close-ups of what is taking place over there. So let's focus now on that area where the Ukrainians have gone in. So this is the Sumy Oblast in Ukraine. That's the area where they've gone into Russia, 30-40 square kilometers, 30-40 kilometers in depth, but 350 square kilometers in terms of the overall area which is held in Russia's Kursk Oblast. And how do we know this? Because these are maps from the Institute for the Study of War, and they've got geolocated footage which indicates the Ukrainian advance to certain areas over here. These are the areas where Ukrainian forces have actually been detected. So this is a cause of major concern. Nobody really knows what the ultimate objective is of the Ukrainians, but the fact that the Russians have come into Ukrainian territory earlier, is this being some sort of a barter position for any eventual peace deal later on? Let's go back to the previous image, and now let's talk about the Kharkiv area where there has been a great deal of fighting. So if you look at the Kharkiv area, which is this area over here, this is a zoomed in picture of Kharkiv city. There has been a lot of fighting in this area. This is the Vovchansk area where there is fighting between Ukrainian and Russian forces. And these areas in red are areas which the Russians have come in some time back in their latest offensive. The Ukrainians have stabilized the front, however, but these are the areas they've captured. And These are claimed territories, the one in yellow, where the Russians and the Ukrainians are actually fighting. And finally, one little point of explanation over here. Let's talk about the wider front that I've described, this entire area over here. Well, that is where the bulk of the fighting has been taking place. All along these areas which are circled, again, the Russian forces trying to move westwards, the Ukrainians pushing them back. Izium was at one stage held by the Russians. The Ukrainians have that. But if you look over here, Bakhmut, which has seen some of the heaviest infantry fighting since the Second World War, it presently lies with the Russians, but it is deeply, deeply contested. So that's what we can share with you right now on what the overall situation in terms of fighting in Ukraine presently is.
All right, so Vishnu explaining to us geographically where it's happening, how it's happening. Joining us for more on the situation, Andrea Dubchak, a reporter, Radio Free Europe from Kiev. Thank you so much. What is the latest that you can share with us? Russia surprised by this, attack. It's already been, this cross-border advances into its fourth day now.
Yes, of course, it was like a big, dark surprise for Russian. Yeah, and Ukrainian forces unexpectedly go deep to Russian territory, and now they try to stay and hold position like deeply inside the Russian territory. Of course, Russia will try to do the best to push back Ukrainian forces, but again, the main task for Ukrainian forces now is like to get territory and to stabilize front lines there. But it will be hard because Russia uses a lot of aviation, guided bombs, and drones.
Right, what we do believe is Russia is now moving its troops into that territory, having been taken by surprise. You also had President Volodymyr Zelensky say Moscow must feel the consequences for its invasion of Ukraine, though not referring to this region.
No, it's a war, and Ukraine, in my opinion, have rights to fight on Russian territory because Russia tried to occupy Ukrainian territory, and it's like our rights to fight with Russia there too.
No, absolutely. One can understand. But if you could tell us more about what you're hearing, what is being reported right now there in the media regarding this. We believe that Ukrainian forces are 10 kilometers inside Russian territory.
It's probably even more than 10 kilometers. It's like approximately 20 kilometers deeply into Russian territory. This night, Ukrainian destroyed by HIMARS the column of the Russian vehicles with soldiers. A lot of video on internet now. And of course, Russia tried to push back Ukrainian forces and use a lot of guided bombs, drones and artillery. But main task for Ukrainian forces now to hold territory and to deep trenches and to stay. And a lot of Ukrainian forces now going directly toward to Russian border, and I hope Ukrainian will stay and hold territory.
Well, it's a very high-stakes move indeed. You're saying 20 kilometers into Russian territory. It's been a long, bloody war, and one can expect a very strong reaction from Russia in coming days. And Ukraine ready for that?
Yes, Ukraine ready for that because we more than 2 years in full-scale invasion war. Yeah, and of course, it's not news for us. We are in the state of war with Russia, and every day Ukrainians feel it. No electricity sometimes. Even this night, I saw the Russian drone attack to Kyiv, and Ukrainian anti-aircraft forces destroy this drone on my eye. So for us, it's not news. We need to fight because otherwise we will be occupied, and we will divide the same life as DNR, LNR, or Chechen Republic. So Russia will use Ukrainian just like a field meat and destroy country, destroy everything. So we need to survive and we need to stay.
All right, as you said, it's been a long, bloody war carrying on for so long, so much loss on Ukraine side as well. But with this development in the last few days of this incursion into Russia, how has this been received by the people?
Of course, people support this movement because we need some victory on the front line.
Has it been a boost in a sense, because it's been such a long bloody war? Is there a sense that this is like a boost, and the fact that you could surprise Russia?
Yes, it's of course it surprised Russia because Ukrainians move forward and win first part of this big battle.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Andrei Dubchak there reporting from Kiev. This is day 4, as we said, of Ukraine's surprise attack into Russia, deep into Russian territory in Kursk's region. What one has heard that the Ukrainian forces have gone in 10 kilometers, but Mr. Dubchak they're saying it's even further. It could be even 20 kilometers in, but Russia is now moving its troops into this region. With that, time for us to slip into a short break. More news coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News.
Neeraj Chopra has become the first Indian to win track and field medals in consecutive Olympics. The star athlete won India's sole silver medal in the Paris Games with the season's best throw of 89.45 meters in javelin. On a day that the hockey team had snatched its second successive Olympic bronze, the event was dominated, however, by Pakistan's Arshad Nadeem, who won the gold with a massive throw of 92.97 meters. So we didn't get the gold here, but silver indeed. Both Neeraj and Arshad committed fouls in their respective first attempts, but the Pakistani athlete stunned everyone with his second throw. Neeraj's second attempt was his season's best at 89.45 meters, and it was to a cheering stadium. NDTV's Rika Roy spoke to the champion post his medal.
At this hour is the Paris Olympic medalist Neeraj Chopra. Neeraj, many congratulations. I think बहुत सारे लोग आपको पूछेंगे कैसा था कैसा रहा. First thing I'm going to ask you, another Olympic cycle over, what is it that you're craving to eat at this moment? क्या खाना है आपको अभी घर जाके यहाँ पर what is it that you're going to eat?
सबसे पहले तो जी यही है, अब इतने सालों से स्पोर्ट्स कर रहे हैं तो क्रेविंग वाला तो ख़त्म हो ही चुका है, सही बताऊँ तो. घर जाके ये खाना है, ये चीज़ मिलनी चाहिए, वो स्वाद वाला सिस्टम थोड़ा कम हो गया अभी. फिर भी घर जाएंगे तो बिल्कुल घर का खाना कुछ भी मिले हमेशा अच्छा लगता है. और रही बात यहाँ की, काफ़ी परफॉर्मेंस काफ़ी ज़बरदस्ती सभी की और बहुत तगड़ा कंपटीशन खींचा. और बस वही है, अपनी कंट्री के लिए मेडल जीता है उसकी खुशी है. जो थोड़ी बहुत कमियां हैं या जो लगा कि हाँ कसर रह गई है उसको आगे पूरी कर लेंगे, आगे भी और टाइम है.
टोक्यो में जब आप देख रहे थे, यहाँ पे जब देख रहे थे एटमॉस्फेयर, थोड़ा सा हमें डिस्क्राइब करिए, हाउ डिफरेंट वाज इट? और उतना आपको लगा कभी भी कि इतना क्राउड है, क्राउड का प्रेशर भी आपके ऊपर?
नहीं, मुझे पर्सनली क्राउड बहुत पसंद है. टोक्यो में स्टेडियम खाली था ऑलमोस्ट, यहाँ पे काफ़ी क्राउड था. वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप बुडापेस्ट में काफ़ी क्राउड था. काफ़ी कंपटीशन ऐसे खेलने हैं जिसमें पूरा क्राउड होता है, तो मुझे अच्छा लगता है. और पता नहीं वही है कि जब ऐसे क्राउड का प्रेशर या वो होता है तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हम उस टाइम और ज़्यादा अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस निकल के आती है कई बार. तो वही है, जो सीजन बेस्ट थ्रो थी शायद से अंदर और थ्रो है, लेकिन वो अब कब निकलेगी, कब आने वाली है, तो आज मुझे लग रहा था कि शायद से मैं कर दूंगा. बिलीव था खुद पे, पर शायद यही लिखा था आज के लिए.
नीरज, नदीम के साथ आपका एक राइवलरी रहा है, आप एक साथ थ्रो करते रहे, आज वो नंबर 1 पे थे. आफ्टर टेल अस अ लिटिल बिट अबाउट क्या हुआ, कुछ बातें हुई एंड हाउ डिड यू कम विद इट?
नहीं, देखो थ्रो अच्छी लगाई है नदीम ने, और वही है स्पोर्ट्स में, अब कभी अपना दिन होता है, कभी किसी और का होता है. सभी खिलाड़ी अच्छी मेहनत करके आते हैं और आज शायद अपना दिन नहीं था. थ्रो अच्छी लगी है, लेकिन शायद वो गोल्ड वाला दिन अपना नहीं था. आज शायद ऊपर वाले की इसको की नज़र अरशद में थी, पर वही है, अपनी तरफ से कोशिश की कि भी अच्छे से एफर्ट लगाएं और फिर भी काफ़ी अच्छा डिस्टेंस निकला.
All right, Neeraj, talking to Rika after his silver medal. Now the mothers of both Neeraj Chopra and Arshad Nadeem are winning hearts. First, Neeraj Chopra's mother said that she's happy with what her son has achieved, and that Arshad too, she says, is just like her son, even though he defeated Neeraj Chopra and won the gold. And these sentiments were replicated across the border by Arshad's mother as well, who also wished Neeraj all the best. Listen into these champion mothers.
नहीं जान तो बहुत खुश है हमने तो सिल्वर भी गोल्ड वर्गा लग रहा गोल्ड उसका आ गया वो बीमार है लड़का जी मेहनत कर सब जा रहे थोड़ा दिन खराब थोड़ा बहुत ज्यादा फाउल हो गए कोई बात नहीं जी ये तो तीनों हुए हैं बच्चे के खिलाड़ी के आप लोग खुश हो कोई बात नहीं ना खुश है जमा पूरे खुश है पिछली बार आया था उनका फेवरेट खाना बनाया था हाँ जी फेवरेट खाना जरूर बनाएंगे आओगे जी फेवरेट जरूर बनाएंगे
नीरज चोपड़ा से वो जीते हैं तो नीरज चोपड़ा के बारे में क्या कहेंगे वो अर्शद से हार गए हैं
नहीं बेटा वो भी मेरे बेटे अर्शद नदीम का भी दोस्त भी है और भाई भी है ते वो हार जीत तो अपने किस्मत की होती है और वो भी मेरा बेटा है इंशाल्लाह ताला कहते होंगे उसनों भी कामयाब करे अल्लाह मियां उसनों भी मेडल जीतन की तौफीक देगा और दोनों भाई से उन्होंने भी दोस्त भी थे और मैं उसके लिए भी दुआ करती हूँ.
All right, lovely sentiments by both the mothers wishing each other's sons the very best. Now, in other news, the Court of Arbitration accepted Vinesh Phogat's plea against her devastating Olympic disqualification for sport. The wrestler who reached the final of the women's 50-kilo freestyle category was disqualified because she was just 100 grams overweight during the weigh-in on the morning of the day of the final. Now, the CAS has issued a statement on her appeal confirming that a decision will be issued before the end of the Paris Olympics. Phogat, who announced her retirement from wrestling in a heartbreaking social media post, appealed against the decision in the CAS, an international institute that settles disputes related to sports. And Harish Salve will be representing the IOA. Vinesh Phogat had created history when she became the first Indian woman wrestler to qualify for an Olympic final. And since then, this appeal, which will be heard today. Well, let's go across to Rika now for more. And Rika, while this appeal has been admitted, one really wonders, what happens next. Top lawyers to represent Vinesh Phogat. Tell us what you're hearing.
Well, Gargi, I'll have to tell you that I'm coming to you from the Paris courts, outside of the Paris courts, which is like the Supreme Court of India. Well, there are some top lawyers who are representing Vinesh Phogat here, and I would say top French lawyers who are representing Phogat, as well as Harish Salve and Vidushpat Singhania. They are friends of court here. They are representing the Indian Olympic Association, that is a party to this case. Now, what we are hearing, the grounds of the plea is that Vinesh Phogat, who fought her first 3 bouts on the 6th of August, weighed less than 50 kilograms, 49.8 or 9 when she had given her weight. And this was before her 3 bouts on the 6th of August. And then during the course of the bout, when she needed a lot of energy to fight, she had eaten and her nutritionist gave her food to maintain a certain kind of energy to be able to fight, sustain these 3 bouts, and she had gained 2.7 kilograms. So this was not a cheating. They are appealing on the grounds that she needed this energy to go through those 3 rounds, and hence the weight that should be counted for her should be the first weight and not the second weight, because the second weight during the second weight when she gave her weigh in on the following day, 7th of August, she weighed 50.1 kilogram, just 100 grams above accepted weight, and thereby she was disqualified. What we have heard is that Vinesh Phogat's lawyers made an appeal at 4:45 on the same day, which is 7th of August. They had asked for they didn't ask for an urgent hearing. They had appealed for the decision of disqualifying her to be scrapped. She be reinstated for the match and she be allowed to fight. But they hadn't asked for an urgent hearing. And since there are many matters in the court did not hear it urgently. So the match went on, and thereafter, the second appeal that she had made was to give her a joint silver since she was not allowed to fight. Now the appeal is being made on the basis of the fact that she didn't cheat by eating. She needed that kind of food to sustain the 3 bites and hence the weight gain. And she did everything possible. She did everything humanly possible to reduce 2.7 kilograms only to, not being able to reduce the last 100 grams. And hence the court should hear her and grant her the silver medal. That's what the lawyers are going to be appealing for. The process has begun. We are sitting outside the Paris court right now. Gargi, the decision may not come today. We might have to wait for a couple of days, but it will definitely come before the end of the Paris Olympic Games, because such ad hoc courts are there every time when there is an Olympic Games. For the duration of the Games, it is there, and they give out their decisions within the framework of the Games.
That's right, Rika. And you reported every heartbreaking moment as that information started coming in that Vinesh Phogat had been disqualified, and initially one couldn't believe it, that 100 grams, and then one realized what she had gone through the night. And there's been so much, rallying around her. You've had international sports stars also speaking out in her favor, appreciating her, talking about her, the manner in which she, got those first 3 matches, how she defeated her opponents, defeated the world #1. Interestingly, now you have Sachin Tendulkar, who just an hour ago, in fact, also posted for Vinesh Phogat, and he says, time for an umpire's call. Every sport has rules, and those rules need to be seen in context and revisited. Vinesh Phogat qualified fair and square for the final. So, and then he goes on to talk about, that it defies logic, that she would be robbed of this silver. So it's great to have somebody like Sachin Tendulkar also come out and speak so strongly for Vinesh Phogat. And it comes a few days after many international sports stars have already.
That's right. What Sachin has spoken in his statement is exactly the grounds on which her case is being argued, that her first weighing should be considered and not the second weighing. However, Gargi, I have to mention here that Sachin was the face of India's activism, or I would say India's reluctance to Indian cricket's reluctance to adopt the Olympic norms and sign the whereabouts clause, which would get the sport into Olympic Games. There was a lot of to and fro. There were a lot of to and fro that took place. Sachin Tendulkar, Harbhajan Singh, and a few others refused to sign the whereabouts clause when they were a part of the Indian cricket team, and the administration sided with them. There was a case built by the players saying that it just doesn't allow players to keep any kind of privacy. It compromises privacy. But the thing is, all international stars, including Roger Federer, Serena Williams, Novak Djokovic, now everyone has to sign a whereabouts clause. And that was the impediment to getting cricket into Olympic Games. So BCCI led it and ICC followed. Cricket didn't get into Olympics for a very long time. But now it seems come 2028, the road will be cleared for one version of the sport, that is T20, to get into Olympics. Sachin Tendulkar has not just been a great player, but he's also been a face of activism within the sporting circles.
All right, Rika, we'll leave it there. It was just a pleasant surprise to have Sachin Tendulkar also, speak out on this, and we'll leave it with that last line of his, which says, while we all wait for a verdict from the Court of Arbitration for Sport, let us hope and pray that Vinesh gets the recognition she deserves. Thanks so much, Rika, and we'll of course return to you as and when that decision or whatever developments take place. In other news now, actor and producer Amir Khan arrived today for the screening of his film Lapata Ladies, which is based on the theme of gender equality in the Supreme Court auditorium for judges and members of the registry. The director of the film, his former wife Kiran Rao, was also there for the interaction at that screening. The screening of the film started at 4:15 after court hours. So interesting that a film that has been much appreciated about, women and challenges that they face, that today you have the judges of the Supreme Court also watching that same film. And finally, in a world moving towards sustainability, our clothing choices are powerful tools for environmental change, with fashion and textiles serving as the front line in our personal battle for sustainability. Focused on bringing about this change towards sustainable clothing, the Trident Group unveiled its latest innovation in home textiles in Delhi.
Organic fabrics, environment-friendly dyes are all part of the pursuit of textile sustainability. At this exciting event showcasing home textiles, one can feast their eyes on the latest national and global trends in innovative clothing. The products embrace the idea of homecoming, which is the theme for this year, by celebrating the spirit of Indian Sanskriti, reflected by the work of the artisans who bring that spirit and ethos to the textiles they create.
It is amazing to see the experience with consumer. It's very, very enlightening for us. And we are really altering ourselves in terms of how to now go for a very sustainable packaging. And our focus is how to really reach the consumer to tell the story of a complete sustainability.
A name known for almost 4 decades for creating tapestry of design, thoughtful production, and accessible pricing, the Trident Group is making swift strides in ecologically conscious manufacturing of its products, hoping for a ripple effect to soon follow in the quest to save our planet.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
The Aam Aadmi Party leader Manish Sisodia has been granted bail by the Supreme Court nearly 18 months after the ex-Delhi Deputy Chief Minister was arrested by the CBI in the alleged liquor policy case. In a powerful verdict, the court said he is entitled to a speedy trial. The Aam Aadmi Party celebrates as the BJP hits out over corruption. The government forms a panel to monitor the situation in Bangladesh. A senior BSF official will oversee the situation. The focus, the safety of Indians. Golden boy Neeraj Chopra wins silver in the Olympics javelin throw with a best attempt at 89.45 meters. Pakistan's Arshad Nadeem at 92.97 meters takes home the gold. Chopra scripts history to be the first Indian player to win gold and silver medals in the Olympics. Neeraj and Arshad Nadeem's mothers win hearts after in a display of bonhomie. They say both are like their sons and are happy for them. A day after Phogat announced her retirement, the Court of Arbitration for Sports will hear a plea for a joint silver in the Paris Olympics. The senior lawyer Harish Salve will be representing the Indian Olympic Association. The Prime Minister will visit landslide-hit Wayanad tomorrow, including hospitals and relief camps. He'll also speak to the rescuers. Good evening. In a big shot in the arm for the Aam Aadmi Party, the Supreme Court has granted bail to the former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia, in the excise policy case. A bench of Justices B.R. Gavai and K.V. Vishwanathan had reserved their judgment on the 6th of August. Mr. Sisodia has been ordered to be released on a payment of 10 lakhs in bail bonds. He has to surrender his passport and report to the police station every Monday, not to tamper with evidence or influence witnesses. Mr. Sisodia was arrested by the CBI on the 26th of February 2023 and by the Enforcement Directorate less than 2 weeks later. He's now been granted bail in both cases, with an irate Supreme Court stating that he cannot stay in jail indefinitely while the prosecution works to a trial date. The Aam Aadmi Party leader was in jail for over 17 months. The CBI had arrested Mr. Sisodia under the Prevention of Corruption Act on the 26th of February last year. The Enforcement Directorate has arrested him under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act on the 9th of March of the same year.
A man of the moment is somebody who has been working for the last 18 months from trial court to high court to Supreme Court. Finally, justice has been given for Manish Sisodia. What are your first comments on this?
Well, obviously, I'm very happy that a person who has spent this long didn't deserve to spend at all that long. I'm more than happy about the legal way in which it has been dealt with. Bail matters are not to be made long, large, big monuments. They are to be seen in a broad brush, prompt manner. The learned judges, despite the busy schedule, heard it and next week delivered judgment. That's the way matters of liberty should be decided. Number 3, they have dealt with the vital issue that the so-called restrictive conditions of 45, which are assumed, that means that you will be perennially in jail and you can never satisfy the conditions, will be trumped, will be overridden when you have excessive delay. There is no 45 which is statutory, which will override the higher constitutional mandate of delay, anti-delay, under Articles 20, 21 and 22. That also they have held. Number 4, I think they have realized that endless documents, some 450 witnesses, some 50,000 documents cannot be the premium or the price for liberty when you are having 8 supplementary charge sheets. So the larger context of these trials has to be understood. And today, at the most, you are a 7-year issue. You are under trial. Where is the presumption of innocence? So I think it's a thumping torchlight declaration of what is clearly the law. My biggest problem is I hope and trust high courts and trial courts look into this in the spirit in which it is to be meant.
A real day of celebration for the Aam Aadmi Party. The senior leader Atishi had this to say to my colleague Vedant Agarwal.
On NDTV, Delhi Minister Atishi, a senior Aam Aadmi Party leader, and also, very importantly, Manish Sisodia's mentee in a sense, somebody who's worked very closely with Mr. Sisodia. Ma'am, how do you see the Supreme Court's judgment? Pretty strong observations.
I think the Supreme Court's order has clearly shown the kind of injustice that has happened with Manish Sisodia. He has been incarcerated now for a period of 17 months. And the Supreme Court has very clearly underlined the fact that bail is the rule and jail is the exception. And I think it raises a lot of questions about the entire system of arrest by agencies, the kind of laws that are in place, so as to why lower judiciary, high courts, etc. are not giving bail. And I think most of all, for all of us, for the people of Delhi, for the children who are studying in Delhi government schools, I think it is a big victory. Because Manish Sisodia is the person who is really the one who has led Delhi's education revolution, who dreamt a dream that Delhi government schools can be better than private schools and brought that dream to reality.
Right. And we saw you broke down today while you were addressing, while you were giving that speech. What is the Aam Aadmi Party's strategy now going forward? He may not be able to join the government, but certainly a boost for the Aam Aadmi Party given the fact that we have crucial state polls coming up as well.
See, I think today is definitely a day of celebration for us. I think it also underlines what we have been saying for the last 2 years, ever since this attack on Aam Aadmi Party has started, ever since this persecution and victimization of Aam Aadmi Party has started. So it's definitely a vindication. I think it's an indicator of the fact that yes, in Hindi they say, Bhagwan ke ghar mein der hai, andher nahi hai. And I think today's Supreme Court order has really vindicated all of us.
So, ma'am, just a sense of what Manish Sisodia ji's role will be going forward. Will he, in a sense, fill that void that Arvind Kejriwal ji's arrest has created? Will he be campaigning in other states? Going forward, how do we...
I think it's a bit early to speak about that. I think today is a day of celebration. Right. And I think it is definitely a day when the system of this country should be introspective. Right. About a man who has been kept behind bars for 17 months. And I think it is definitely a moment for the entire system to introspect.
Do you think the chances for Mr. Kejriwal's bail also now become brighter?
Definitely.
Right. Thank you so much, ma'am, for speaking with us. That was Senior Delhi Minister Atishi speaking to NDTV.
Well, Vedant joins us now for the very latest. So, Vedant, 17 plus months, this entire case has not moved to the trial stage. Is there something in terms of the order today which can be applied to Arvind Kejriwal's case as well?
That's right, Vishnu. In fact, the Supreme Court has set the record straight, invoking the precedent that bail is the norm and jail is the exception, which is extremely critical because remember, what I'm picking up from the legal team of the Aam Aadmi Party is that there will be a fresh appeal that will be filed in the Supreme Court as far as Arvind Kejriwal's bail is concerned. They already have moved the Supreme Court in this case. But let me show you visuals from right outside Manish Sisodia's residence as well at Mathura Road, where he will be coming after walking out of the Tihar jail. What I'm picking up from Tihar jail sources is that Manish Sisodia is likely to be released at about 7:15, and the final formalities are being done as we speak. He is expected to come straight to this Mathura Road residence here in the national capital, where his family is, and also his wife, who is terminally ill. In fact, there was some relief to him after he was allowed to at least meet his wife on a weekly basis. What I'm also picking up, Vishnu, is that he is unlikely to join the government, and he will be working on rebuilding the party's image. This amid, of course, mounting investigations and also the capital's LG on the offensive. Manish Sisodia has worked closely with the Lieutenant Governors in that sense as well. Some relief for the Aam Aadmi Party. There are crucial assembly polls coming up in Haryana, and of course the assembly polls in the national capital next year as well. The release is well timed for the Aam Aadmi Party, and we're expecting that Manish Sisodia will arrive here at about 7:30 today evening.
All right, Vedant, thanks very much for sharing those details. It's a huge win for the Aam Aadmi Party, but the case still continues, and it is a long one. It's still to go to trial. The centre has formed a committee to monitor the situation in Bangladesh amidst reports of targeted violence against minorities. The committee will also ensure the safety of Indians and other minorities in the country amidst deadly protests that saw the fall of the Sheikh Hasina government. The government of India has constituted a committee to monitor the current situation. That's what has been said in a statement. The goal again to ensure the safety of Indians. The committee is being headed by an additional Director General with the Border Security Force. There have been several reactions coming in to the developments in Bangladesh. The RSS stating that the world must stand in solidarity with minority communities and that the Indian government is trying to play an able role in Bangladesh. The RSS has urged the government to ensure the safety of Buddhists and of Hindus. A spokesperson for the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has stated that he opposes any act of racism or encouragement to violence amidst the violence against Bangladesh's Hindu minority community. Listen in.
Does the Secretary General have any reactions or statements on the attacks on Hindus and other minorities in Bangladesh?
Well, what we've made clear is we want to make sure that that the violence that has been occurring in Bangladesh in recent weeks is tamped down. Certainly, we stand against any racially based attacks or racially based incitement to violence.
My colleague Ghazali joins us for more on this. Ghazali, is there any update or any information emerging at all on the condition of members of the Hindu community in Bangladesh? There have been a couple of attacks, but is it just sporadic attacks, nothing systemic, right? Sorry, we've lost that line with Ghazali. We're going to move on now to some other news. Russia is moving troops into its western Kursk region, state media reports, with Ukraine's cross-border surprise attack entering its fourth day. Ukrainian soldiers have entered western Russia in a move that surprised Moscow, a move that has successfully tested the weak border defenses in that area. It could deal a blow to its natural gas supplies to Europe. Kiev dispatched hundreds of servicemen backed by armored vehicles, drones, artillery to Kursk. According to Russian officials, they are holding, some reports suggest, up to 350 square kilometers of Russian territory at this stage. War between Russia and Ukraine has gone on for more than 800 days. So it is now still very much in a crisis area where both sides are attacking and counterattacking. The latest is a counterattack by the Ukrainians. So this is the map of Ukraine, and this is the area that we are now about to talk about. And this is where Ukrainian forces have actually crossed over the border between Russia and Ukraine and are operating about 30 kilometers in depth in this area. So while we will focus on that, I will also explain to you the situation in the Kharkiv area, in fact, just in the north of Kharkiv, where there's been a lot of fighting, and this was an area where the Russians had come in, and then also give you a brief idea of what's happening over here, because this is the main front, this entire area where the fighting is taking place. This is the Luhansk and the Donetsk area. Essentially, Russian forces are pushing west. Ukrainian forces are trying to repel them in the opposite direction. But for now, let's focus on this area where Ukrainian forces have gone across. So let me just bring up a couple of close-ups of what is taking place over there. So let's focus now on that area where the Ukrainians have gone in. So this is the Sumy Oblast in Ukraine. That's the area where they've gone into Russia, 30-40 square kilometers, 30-40 kilometers in depth, but 350 square kilometers in terms of the overall area which is held in Russia's Kursk Oblast. And how do we know this? Because these are maps from the Institute for the Study of War, and they've got geolocated footage which indicates the Ukrainian advance to certain areas over here. These are the areas where Ukrainian forces have actually been detected. So this is a cause of major concern. Nobody really knows what the ultimate objective is of the Ukrainians, but the fact that the Russians have come into Ukrainian territory earlier, is this being some sort of a barter position for any eventual peace deal later on? Let's go back to the previous image, and now let's talk about the Kharkiv area where there has been a great deal of fighting. So if you look at the Kharkiv area, which is this area over here, this is a zoomed in picture of Kharkiv city. There has been a lot of fighting in this area. This is the Vovchansk area where there is fighting between Ukrainian and Russian forces. And these areas in red are areas which the Russians have come in some time back in their latest offensive. The Ukrainians have stabilized the front, however, but these are the areas they've captured. And these are claimed territories, the one in yellow, where the Russians and the Ukrainians are actually fighting. And finally, one little point of explanation over here. Let's talk about the wider front that I've described, this entire area over here. Well, that is where the bulk of the fighting has been taking place. All along these areas which are circled, again, the Russian forces trying to move westwards, the Ukrainians pushing them back. Izium was at one stage held by the Russians. The Ukrainians have that. But if you look over here, Bakhmut, which has seen some of the heaviest infantry fighting since the Second World War, it presently lies with the Russians, but it is deeply, deeply contested. So that's what we can share with you right now on what the overall situation in terms of fighting in Ukraine presently is. Well, it's time now for us to take this short break. A lot more coming up. Do stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day.
Welcome back. The Court of Arbitration has accepted India's wrestler Vinesh Phogat's plea against a devastating Olympic disqualification. The wrestler who reached the final of the women's 50-kilogram freestyle category was disqualified because she was 100 grams overweight during the weigh-in on the day of the final. Now, the CAS has issued a statement on Vinesh Phogat's appeal. This is the Olympic disqualification for sport, that council, confirming that a decision will be issued before the end of the Paris Olympics. I'm joined now by my colleague Rika, who's been tracking this very closely. Rika, does she really have any hope in her appeal?
Well, Vishnu, it is a very tricky case. On one hand, everyone's saying that she has very slim hope. On the other hand, the case is being argued on the basis of the fact that this is not a case of cheating. She had to eat during her 3 bouts, which were very taxing, and that led to weight gain. She tried every method in her books. She and her support team tried every way to reduce that 2.7 kilogram that she had gained during her 3 bouts on 6th of August, but she could not shed the last 100 grams. She had to go for the weigh-in at 7:30. At 7:29, she weighed 50.1. And they are arguing that this is a food that she needed for recovery. This is not cheating. So the first weight of the first day when she was weighed in before she went into the competition, which came to 49.9, should be taken in as a weight and not the second weight. However, the rules of UWW or United World of Wrestling clearly says unless an athlete is injured, that athlete has to be weighed on both days. If you're injured, if you go out of the competition, then you don't have to go for weigh-in. In that case, I mean, if Vinesh Phogat was injured and she declared that she couldn't participate in the gold medal match, then she would have been, because of her withdrawal, she would have been granted a silver. But the rules clearly say that if you have to go in for the bout, you have to weigh yourself. And that's where probably she couldn't give the correct weight. That was that could have got her into the final, into the gold medal match. She was disqualified. What we do understand is that her lawyers had appealed to the Court of Arbitration of Sport at 4:45 on the day of her bout, which is 7th of August. And a bout was to take place around 6:15 Paris time. But even though they had appealed for overturning of IOC's decision and allowing her to wrestle, but they hadn't appealed for an urgent hearing, which is why CAS did not hear it urgently. In the next appeal, she said, since she could not take part in the bout, she should be given a joint silver. And that is what is being argued at the Court of Arbitration for Sport today. I am here at the Paris court. On the 29th floor of this court, it will be argued. There are 4 pro bono French lawyers who are working with IOC during the course of the games who are arguing Vinesh Phogat's case. Indian Olympic Association is being represented by Harish Salve.
Right, so very senior representation, absolutely.
Of the court.
Right, so let's see what finally happens. Fingers crossed. Thanks, Rika. So, just explaining it in simple terms for us. Thank you very much indeed. Neeraj Chopra has become the first Indian to win the track and field medal in consecutive Olympics. The star athlete won India's sole silver medal in the Paris Games with the season's best throw of 89.45 meters in javelin on a day. The hockey team snatched its second successive Olympic bronze. The event was dominated by Pakistan's Arshad Nadeem, who won a gold with a massive throw of 92.97. Both Neeraj and Nadeem committed fouls in their respective first attempts, but the Pakistani athlete stunned everyone with his second throw. Neeraj's second attempt was the season's best at 89.45. My colleague Rika Roy, who you just saw a few moments back, spoke with Neeraj Chopra, who said that it's the crowd that brings out the best in him. And boy, did that crowd cheer.
At this hour is the Paris Olympic medalist Neeraj Chopra. Neeraj, many congratulations. I think बहुत सारे लोग आपको पूछेंगे कैसा था, कैसा रहा. First thing I'm going to ask you, another Olympic cycle over. What is it that you're craving to eat at this moment? क्या खाना है आपको अभी घर जाके यहाँ पर what is it that you're going to eat?
सबसे पहले तो जी यही है, अब इतने सालों से स्पोर्ट्स कर रहे हैं तो क्रेविंग वाला तो ख़त्म हो ही चुका है, सही बताऊं तो. घर जाके ये खाना है, ये चीज़ मिलनी चाहिए, वो स्वाद वाला सिस्टम थोड़ा कम हो गया अभी. फिर भी घर जाएंगे तो बिल्कुल घर का खाना कुछ भी मिले हमेशा अच्छा लगता है. और रही बात यहाँ की, काफ़ी परफॉर्मेंस काफ़ी ज़बरदस्ती सभी की और बहुत तगड़ा कंपटीशन खींचा. और बस वही है, अपनी कंट्री के लिए मेडल जीता है उसकी खुशी है. जो थोड़ी बहुत कमियां हैं या जो लगा कि हाँ कसर रह गई है उसको आगे पूरी कर लेंगे, आगे भी और टाइम है.
टोक्यो में जब आप देख रहे थे, यहाँ पे जब देख रहे थे एटमॉस्फेयर, थोड़ा सा हमें डिस्क्राइब करिए, हाउ डिफरेंट वाज इट? और उतना आपको लगा कभी भी कि इतना क्राउड है, क्राउड का प्रेशर भी आपको?
नहीं, मुझे पर्सनली क्राउड बहुत पसंद है. टोक्यो में स्टेडियम खाली था ऑलमोस्ट, यहाँ पे काफ़ी क्राउड था. वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप बुडापेस्ट में काफ़ी क्राउड था. काफ़ी कंपटीशन ऐसे खेलने हैं जिसमें पूरा क्राउड होता है, तो मुझे अच्छा लगता है. और पता नहीं वही है कि जब ऐसे क्राउड का प्रेशर या वो होता है तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हम उस टाइम और ज़्यादा अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस निकल के आती है कई बार। तो वही है जो सीजन बेस्ट थ्रो थी, और शायद से अंदर और थ्रो है, लेकिन वो अब कब निकलेगी कब आने वाली है, तो आज मुझे लग रहा था कि शायद से मैं कर दूंगा, बिलीव था खुद पे, पर शायद यही लिखा था आज के लिए।
नीरज, नदीम के साथ आपका एक राइवलरी रहा है, आप एक साथ थ्रो करते रहे, आज वो नंबर 1 पे थे। आफ्टर टेल अस अ लिटिल बिट अबाउट क्या हुआ, कुछ बातें हुई, एंड हाउ डिड यू कम विद इट?
नहीं, देखो थ्रो अच्छी लगाई है नदीम ने, और वही है स्पोर्ट्स में, अब कभी अपना दिन होता है, कभी किसी और का होता है, सभी खिलाड़ी अच्छी मेहनत करके आते हैं, और आज शायद अपना दिन नहीं था। थ्रो अच्छी लगी है, लेकिन शायद वो गोल्ड वाला दिन अपना नहीं था, आज शायद ऊपर वाले की इसको नज़र अरसद में थी, पर वही है अपनी तरफ से कोशिश की कि भी अच्छे से एफर्ट लगाएं, और फिर भी काफ़ी अच्छा डिस्टेंस निकला।
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, a show that gives you a ringside view of all that matters to India in the world of global politics and global economics. I'm Gauri Dwivedi. Let's take a look at the headlines this Friday evening. First up, after days of turmoil, Bangladesh has a new interim government headed by Nobel laureate Muhammad Yunus. All eyes now on the transition towards elections focus on the Indian subcontinent, where India, US and China are locked in an intense geopolitical power play. After a wave of riots engulfed the UK with far-right groups clashing with immigrants, the Starmer government has clamped down heavily with 480 arrests and several convictions. But questions related to UK's broken immigration system remain. Kamala Harris chooses Tim Walz as her vice president pick. The race for the White House now moves to the next phase, even as questions rise about Trump's campaign hitting a rough patch ever since Harris entered the race. Days after incidents of violence were reported in Bangladesh after Sheikh Hasina fled the country, United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres expresses opposition to any radically motivated attacks. Neeraj Chopra wins silver at the Paris Olympics. Chopra becomes the first athlete in modern India to have back-to-back Olympic medals. Indian hockey makes the nation proud with another bronze. It's an unprecedented week for Bangladesh. Nobel laureate Muhammad Yunus is now the caretaker prime minister of the country, even as the regime prepares for a post-Sheikh Hasina era in Bangladesh. The transition for Bangladesh from here on will determine what really happens in the power competition that's underway in the Indian subcontinent between US, India and China. And that's our big story on India Ascends. The power dynamics that is at play in the Indian subcontinent and its impact from Myanmar to Pakistan to Nepal to Bangladesh to Sri Lanka. It is evident in all these countries. Take Maldives, for instance, that map on your screens. Current President Moizu won on an India Out campaign, and his government is now siding with China. Now, this, in an extreme case, could potentially impact even the movement and access to the Indo-Pacific, a possibility that impacts both India and the US. Move forward, take a look at Pakistan. To the US, it's still perceived as a key partner to remain relevant in Afghanistan. It's also being offered truckloads of loans and money by China for precisely this reason, that Pakistan is important for US and it's important for India because it is part of its strategic and security calculus. Take a look at Nepal, where prime ministers are practically playing musical chairs. The current PM, Oli, has been the PM for the third time in 9 years, has a history of being hostile to India. In the past, he laid claims to areas that lie at the tri-junction with India and China, the one which is one of the routes to Mansarovar. So that again is where you see India-China engaged in a power play. Same is the case with Bhutan, where China has been using its checkbook to get access to this strategically important Doklam region. And India continues to build on its strong and historic ties that it shares with Bhutan in trade, transport, people-to-people areas. Now let's move on to Colombo, another country at the Indo-Pacific where the power play is happening. It needs large funds to continue its economic revival. China's loans are the very reason why Colombo is in the economic misery that it is, but it has a compromised public finance, which means it can go back to China. So how do you counter it? Competitive or probably collaborative funding, aid, grants is what is needed from India and the US to be part of this power play and to be a significant player. Now let's move on to Bangladesh, where China, India and the US have differing goals and they have differing approaches to achieve those. India backed the January election, US did not. In fact, in this mess, China swooped in and has been doing so for the last decade. What has it done? It didn't get into the election. It ensured that it provided Dhaka with submarines and its very first submarine base. And that's the important, that in the immediate, India needs to focus on the long land border it shares with Bangladesh, the longest, and also prepare for a humanitarian challenge. But the long term, countries that sit on key connectivity routes and strategic points on the Indo-Pacific are essentially playing big powers amongst each other. And India needs to get this power dynamics right. US sanctioned Awami League leaders after the January elections this year in Bangladesh, but did not do so when it happened in Pakistan, where the army rigged the election completely. Why? Because for the US, it's not the election per se that matters. It's the hedging of its strategic risks in the region that matters, because it is engaged in this deep power play in the Indian subcontinent. And India needs to now do the same, ace its game. Visit to the Maldives by Foreign Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar is a first and good step, but it needs to build on this further. Let's move on and now take a look at the first wide-angle story on the show, the mess that's unfolded on the streets of UK. The last riot that took place in London was in 2011. It was triggered when a black man was killed by the London police. But in 13 years, a lot has happened and a lot has changed in England. Its polity is now fractured, the divisions on immigration have only sharpened, and while the UK may have exited the EU, it is not insulated from the undercurrent of the anti-immigrant sentiment that is brewing across Europe. The attacks on immigrants and the far-right protests that spread to 17 cities is testimony to just that. 110 police officers were injured. The riots also led to widespread protests, 483 arrests, 149 charged. The visuals of looting and riots in a first world country led to India issuing an advisory for its citizens. But the larger issue is immigration and how it's a political hot potato now in the UK. Now, whether it's for Keir Starmer or his predecessor, Rishi Sunak, immigration reform is the biggest policy area that is yet to be addressed. Indians form the largest chunk of immigrants. So whatever Keir Starmer decides impacts us. How UK decides on this issue has huge ramifications for us. But take a look at this report to know how immigration issue has been brewing for the last 15 years with absolutely no solution for government after government. It was in 2010 that the then Prime Minister of UK, David Cameron, had pledged to cut net migration in the country to less than 1 lakh, a figure he never managed to come anywhere close to. 6 years later, Cameron took the Brexit gamble, in the hope that UK would be able to take control of its borders. But as he left 10 Downing Street for better times, record migration levels caused the system to burst at its seams. In 2016, net migration to the UK stood at 2.52 lakh. This figure climbed to 4.66 lakhs by 2021 and jumped to 7.45 lakh by 2022. Clearly, Rishi Sunak's Stop the Boats campaign did little to actually stop the boats, even though he sent those coming from Rwanda route back. Sunak also stopped international students from bringing family members. He hiked salary threshold for skilled worker visas by 50% and restricted care workers from bringing in their dependents. But the failure of these policies had been a precipitating factor in birthing political parties like Reform for UK, a far-right political outfit that is against immigration. Britain spends £3 billion annually on processing asylum applications and £8 million daily in housing migrants in hotels that were attacked by rioters. It was one such hotel that was attacked and started the cycle of arson and violence, and has blurred the lines between legitimate immigration and asylum seekers. Where it ends will decide the fate of a lot of Indians that legitimately move to the UK every year. Facing a crisis of this magnitude within his very first month in office, Prime Minister Keir Starmer may choose to continue with the existing measures that were put in place by the previous Sunak government. Ad hoc measures to check illegal immigration do little to really address the larger problem, and which is that UK is facing skilled labour shortage that is impacting sector after sector, and a continued status quo hits India hard. India constitutes the largest category of immigrants. This means that the graduate route will remain unchanged, but the wait for lakhs of students and care workers to bring in their dependents to the UK may grow longer. Starmer proposed a reform, but what the UK may get is continuation of the previous government's ad hoc measures, and what is needed is a comprehensive look at UK's immigration program. Second wide angle on the show. Well, it's been less than 3 weeks that Joe Biden exited the race and instead endorsed his Vice President Kamala Harris for the top job. Harris's Vice President candidate is now Tim Walz. In fact, his selection has not caught any by surprise. He's a low-profile Midwesterner. He's a former high school teacher. Tim Walz will remain in the shadow of Kamala Harris. And just like Harris, not much is known about Tim Walz and his foreign policy stances, particularly on thorny issues like the ongoing Israel-Hamas conflict or the Russia-Ukraine conflict, which is in its third year. And that's our second wide-angle story this week. What should the world expect from Team Harris? Will Team Harris be a continuation of the Biden foreign policy agenda, or could there be some major changes to that? In fact, it's less than 100 days to go for US elections, and the race is now neck to neck, with some polls giving Kamala Harris a slim lead over Donald Trump. To discuss this next phase of the US elections and what happens as far as Team Harris's agenda going forward is concerned, I'm joined by Rick Rosso, Senior Advisor at CSIS, joining us live on NDTV. Thanks much, Rick, for joining us on this program. My first question to you is that as we talk about what lies ahead in terms of the specifics of this case, what does it mean as far as Team Harris's agenda for India is concerned?
Yeah, you know, it is a bit of a black box. Despite Kamala Harris having Indian heritage, she's never really kind of embraced a powerful leadership role in the administration or time on Senate, occasionally voicing, because of course she has that nuance and understanding of India better than what you'd see from a lot of candidates, but never really embraced it and wrapped herself up as trying to be a leader in Washington on that topic. And as governor of Minnesota, Governor Walz, of course, very, very similar, not really a lot of opportunities. So I think a lot of what you're going to see from a Harris administration, should that come to pass, is going to be defined a little bit more by the candidates they choose for different cabinet roles, for the National Security Council, things like that. I think those are the people that day to day are really going to choose the direction and tenure in terms of what we're doing with India in the coming years, should there be a Harris administration. And I think under that, I think it's easy to kind of expect that we'd see basically a bit of a status quo. I think they'll probably take over a lot of the ideas and initiatives from the Biden administration, meaning that relatively positive on trade, very forward-leaning on defense and security, but still occasionally bringing up concerns about human rights and things like that. So I think that's probably the status quo we can kind of understand, but some of it will be driven by individual personalities that get appointed into the administration.
It's a bit of a black box as far as what Kamala Harris will come up with. But a lot of people say that it's actually honeymoon period for Kamala Harris right now, early days into the campaign, but it may end soon. And then what she's looking at is probably a competition that's going down to the wires. Do you think it's going to be a stiff election?
Yeah, you've always got a bit of a bump when you have somebody new that doesn't have, quite the same long governance track record. With Biden, it's easy to point to a few victories, but a lot of areas where maybe they fell short of people's expectations. So as we've seen, incumbent presidents tend to have relatively low ratings when it comes to re-election time, even though several candidates have actually won re-election in recent years, not Trump, but the previous presidents. So you get a bit of a bump when you have a new candidate. When you have a new vice presidential candidate, you can expect that to fade to some extent. But we still have a relatively long road ahead. Plenty of opportunities for both candidates to say things that could help or harm if they ever do figure out an opportunity to get together for a debate. I mean, just look, we've had one presidential debate, and that changed dramatically the course of the election. So I do think that status quo, there's an opportunity, I think, to lose a bit of steam, but a lot of opportunities to regain it and find new areas that are going to actually impact what we have for the final result, including, again, if they manage to find an opportunity to debate each other directly on stage.
If one were to compare Team Harris and Team Trump, how do you see them on some of the important priorities and focus areas when it comes to foreign policy, when it comes to India?
Well, I think, a Trump administration, you would expect, as we saw before, to be a lot more focused on domestic constituents. Not to say that, a Harris administration wouldn't, because, first and foremost, every president is beholden first and foremost to domestic voters. But, with Trump, you saw a very heavy emphasis on that. And some of these, very tense issues that we see right now on concerns about globalization. Are we encouraging companies to go overseas when we should be creating jobs locally? Concerns about migration, illegal migration across the border, about involvement in foreign wars. That's where you actually see that really strong domestic focus begins to intervene in some of the global issues where the United States has traditionally shown a leadership role on. I think with the Harris administration, it'll be a little more balanced. I think, for instance, supporting Ukraine will remain a primary mission. I think that there'll be some appetite still, like we've seen with India, to encourage companies to consider outbound investments if it's meeting other goals like climate. Climate itself, of course, is another dramatic area we're going to see a big change. The Trump administration was not very comfortable talking about climate change, pulled out of the Paris Accords. Democrats brought us back in. If Trump wins, I think you can expect that we're going to leave again and less leadership from the United States. So on security, I think when it comes to China, there's not a lot of daylight between the two candidates. Maybe a difference on how they speak about it, some of the actions, but not a lot of difference. But on other security matters, on issues like immigration, certainly on trade and on climate, there is where I think you're going to see a lot bigger differences depending on who wins the election.
Richard Rosso, thanks so much for taking out the time and speaking to me on India Sense. We'll keep coming back on the next course of action as far as the US elections is concerned. But with that, we're slipping into a very, very short break. We come back with lots more on the other side of India Sense. Stay with us. Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones.
Welcome back. You're watching India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi. Let's take a look at now Middle East, where we get another top voice on the show. The Middle East has been on the boil since the 7th of October attack on Israel and its subsequent retaliation against Iran's proxies in the region, whether it's Hezbollah in Lebanon and Hamas in Gaza. And the latest flashpoint in the escalating tensions has been Israel's assassination of top Hezbollah and Hamas commanders. And the world is now bracing for a possible Iranian response. A large-scale attack will descend the world towards a larger war, could probably even force America to come in, something that both presidential candidates do not want to do. How likely is a larger conflict? How will a volatile and unstable Middle East impact India, impact the world? And how successful will be some of the current peace efforts that are being tried by Qatar, US and others to de-escalate the situation and look at a possible ceasefire as well? Gregory Brew of Eurasia Group joins me to decode this story and the larger implications of that. Gregory, thanks much for speaking to me on NDTV. I want to ask you this, that the present situation in Middle East, how do you view that? There is a chance of an Iranian retaliatory attack as well, even as some efforts are being made as far as bringing in some de-escalation.
So I think the current situation bears quite a number of similarities with the crisis from April that ensued following Israel's bombing of Iran's consulate in Damascus that killed a number of senior IRGC generals. That attack, of course, then precipitated Iran's historic attack on Israel on April 13th that involved firing more than 300 ballistic missiles and drones directly from Iran towards Israel. Now, following that attack, Iran indicated that it would do so again, that it would launch similar attacks if it was similarly provoked. And it regards Israel's assassination of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh last week as a significant provocation, one that requires a similar response. So all the indications suggest that Iran is likely to attack Israel again, as it did in April, that it is likely to use its ballistic missile forces once again. The difference now is that there is likely to be an element from Iran's resistance front coalition. Groups such as Hezbollah and the Houthis in Yemen are also likely to be incorporated into Iran's response. Once again, this is going to be an attack from Iran directly against Israel. It is likely to come in the following days.
Okay.
And both Israel and the United States have indicated that they expect this attack and that are prepared for it as far as positioning air defense assets and other elements that would assist Israel in defending against such an attack.
But Gregory, do you think with these peace efforts being tried, the Iranian attack may be more cosmetic in nature and not so widespread and not so significant?
I think this retaliation, this attack from Iran is likely to have a number of similarities with the attack in April. But that attack, as you noted, came with a degree of telegraphing. Iran gave the United States and other regional actors several days of notice. It gave everyone ample time to prepare. And it, I think, designed the attack to largely function as a show of force to restore deterrence. I think things are likely to go in a different way this time. I don't think Iran is likely to give everyone as much notice as they did in April. I do think they are going to try harder to do actual physical damage to Israel to respond to the Haniyeh killing. There is, of course, also the Hezbollah element. Hezbollah has to respond to Israel's assassination of Fuad Shukr, a senior commander who was killed in Beirut last week. So the new context, the different conditions, and the increased provocations mean that Iran and its allies need to go a little further than they did in April. That suggests a more serious attack that carries with it greater escalatory risk.
Gregory, appreciate you joining us to give us a sense of how things stand right now in West Asia. There's hope that some of those peace efforts actually lead to something positive. On that note, let's now shift gears and the inside story on India Sense this week. Well, it may be out of boredom that one may think of. Seems that is indeed the case now. New research suggests that climate change has had a fair chance and far-reaching impact on the axis of Earth and its rotation as well. The reason why we think their days are longer. Take a look at this report to know how pollution is making our days much longer than what it is. Okay, there is breaking news coming in. Manish of Tihar jail. Those are live visuals coming in of Manish Sisodia being granted bail in the liquor policy case, and he's now out of jail after 17 months. The top court had taken serious note of his pre-trial detention and has given
All right, so the ex-Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia, he has been granted bail in the liquor policy case as well as the other case there. He is now walked out of jail. He is, in fact, addressing his supporters outside the Tihar jail. Remember, Manish Sisodia has got bail in the liquor policy case. He had been in jail for over 17 months and he now walks out free. He has been granted bail by the Supreme Court. The ex-Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia, has now walked out of Tihar jail. The top court has said that bail is a rule and the jail is an exception. So very strong observations there by the Supreme Court. The Aam Aadmi Party leaders, Sanjay Singh as well as Atishi, are there outside the Tihar jail. Manish Sisodia, remember, like I mentioned, he has come out of jail after 17 months and he has been granted bail in the liquor policy case there. So the ex-Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia, he has now walked out of jail. You can see those visuals on your screen. Manish Sisodia there addressing his supporters as well as members of the media outside the Tihar jail. His supporters have flanked him. People have showered him with flowers after he has walked out of jail. And we'll try and get those reactions from Manish Sisodia in just a short while from now. He is addressing the media outside the Tihar jail. We'll try and get what exactly is he saying at the moment. But the big breaking at this hour is that Manish Sisodia has walked out of the Tihar jail.
आज मेरा रोम रोम जब से यह ऑर्डर आया है सुबह से मेरा रोम रोम बाबा साहब के प्रति ऋणी हो रहा है। एक एक पल मैं समझ नहीं पा रहा हूं कि आज इतने दिनों बाद इतने वर्षों बाद बाबा साहब के प्रति कर्ज को हम कैसे उतारेंगे। उस वक्त उन्होंने तय कर लिया था कि आने वाले समय में अगर कोई तानाशाही सरकार आके निर्दोष लोगों को जेल में डालेगी तो संविधान इसको बचाएगा। आज मैं बाहर आया हूं तो आपके प्यार की बदौलत, आपके प्यार के साथ साथ भगवान के आशीर्वाद की बदौलत, सच्चाई की ताकत की बदौलत और सबसे बड़ी चीज जो बाबा साहब ने जो सपना देखा था कि कोई तानाशाही सरकार आएगी तो तानाशाही भरे कानून बना के जब नेताओं को, विपक्ष के लोगों को जेल में डालेगी तो इस देश का वो संविधान जो बाबा साहब ने बनाया था उसकी रक्षा एक आम आदमी जो तानाशाही के खिलाफ बोलेगा, तानाशाही के खिलाफ बोलने वालों को अगर सरकार जबरदस्ती डालेगी तो संविधान बचाएगा, आज और संविधान का रूप आज इस संविधान की ताकत से, सच्चाई की ताकत से मुझे बोलना है। मैं आपको अपील दिलाता हूँ, इसी संविधान की ताकत से हमारे प्यारे नेता अरविंद केजरीवाल जी भी बाहर आए। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी चले, जेल के ताले टूटेंगे, जेल के ताले टूटेंगे। ये संविधान की ताकत है कि हमारे प्रिय नेता, इस देश के लोकप्रिय नेता और इस देश के एक बच्चे के लिए शिक्षा पे काम करने वाले नेता अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जल्दी बाहर आएंगे। और बाकी बात में हम बात नहीं करेंगे। बहुत भावुक मौका है सबके लिए, लेकिन एक नारे के साथ यहाँ से आवाज दे दीजिए, अरविंद जी तक भी पहुंचे और तानाशाह तक भी पहुंचे कि कह के जेल में भले ही डाल लोगे, लेकिन एक सच जो पिछले 10-12 साल से कायम रहा है वो कायम रहेगा कि भ्रष्टाचार का एक ही काल, भ्रष्टाचार का एक ही काल, भ्रष्टाचार का एक ही काल। अरविंद केजरीवाल, अरविंद केजरीवाल, अरविंद केजरीवाल। मिलते हैं सब लोग। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Emotional, Manish Sisodia there addressing his supporters outside the Tihar jail. Remember, the Supreme Court, in fact, had slammed the delay of his bail, calling it a travesty of justice. In fact, in a striking verdict, Justices B.R. Gavai and K.V. Vishwanathan had said that the Aam Aadmi Party leader, he was entitled to a speedy trial and that it would be a travesty of justice to send him back to a trial court. In fact, my colleague Vedant Agrawal, he's outside the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. Let's go across to Vedant. Vedant, what more can you tell us?
Well, you saw those visuals of Manish Sisodia walking out of Tihar jail after 17 months. Indeed, a significant development in the politics of the national capital. Manish Sisodia there, remember, he was lodged in jail number 1 of the Tihar jail, one of the most dreaded jails in the country. And the Supreme Court today, in a very historic verdict, in a sense, granting relief to Manish Sisodia, because remember, he has had at least 20 dates, in fact, over 20 dates with lower courts, high courts, and even with the Supreme Court earlier. He's had setback after setbacks from courts and his bail hearings, and finally the Supreme Court, coming out with its verdict here at the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters as well. You have posters put up saying this is Satya ki Jeet. In fact, what I'm picking up from Aam Aadmi Party sources is that Manish Sisodia will address a press conference tomorrow at around 12 noon as well. It's going to be a massive show of strength for the Aam Aadmi Party, and certainly a release well timed for the party, given the fact that you have the Haryana Assembly polls coming up later this year, and also the Delhi Assembly elections coming up later, next year. So, given all of that, it's extremely crucial. What I'm picking up is that he is unlikely to join the government, given the fact that he's on bail, and he's expected to rebuild the party's image, which has really, the back-to-back investigations and the back-to-back arrests have dealt a severe blow to the Aam Aadmi Party's image as a party against corruption. Arvind Kejriwal, who started as a crusader against corruption, is in jail himself. So the party's tattered image needs to be built from scratch. Manish Sisodia, in fact, is somebody who's worked very, very closely with the Lieutenant Governor, who is on the offensive. I believe Tanushka is now joining us live from very close to the Tihar jail. Tanushka, show us around what is happening there. Of course, a lot of excitement and jubilation, a big day for the Aam Aadmi Party.
Right, exactly, Vedant. It's just a few moments ago that Manish Sisodia was right here and he got released out of jail in the presence of course, he was joined by his Aam Aadmi Party leaders, Sanjay Singh, Atishi, Saurabh Bhardwaj. There was a, showering of flowers here, a scene of a total celebration and jubilation on the fact that Manish Sisodia has been released from jail after 17 long months. The Supreme Court, in its order, in pronouncement of this order, noted that bail is the rule, but jail is the exception, and these are the grounds on which Manish Sisodia was granted with bail. They also said that the trial courts claims that Manish Sisodia is the reason he has been delaying his trials, and the trial has been pending because of him, has been completely denied and rejected by the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court also mentioned that it is cruel to keep someone or shuttle someone like this between the trial courts. It's like a game of snakes and ladders. And just a few moments ago, Manish Sisodia was released from outside of Tihar jail. He came outside and he said that it was a long time that he spent inside the jail, but now that he's out here for the people of Delhi and for the benefit, to work for the welfare of the people of Delhi as well. Remember that he's produced and contributed a lot to the education in Delhi governance here in the terms of Delhi government schools in the capital, and he's been the former Deputy Chief Minister. Delhi Assembly elections are also around, and this bail order does move into precedent also. This is what the Aam Aadmi Party leaders are claiming, that it will help the case of Arvind Kejriwal, the Chief Minister, as well now. So what's yet to be noted or see is how far does Arvind Kejriwal's case also move. But as of now, this is big for the Aam Aadmi Party that Manish Sisodia has been released.
Absolutely, Tanushka. In fact, what I'm picking up from Aam Aadmi Party sources is that Manish Sisodia is heading straight to the Chief Minister's residence, which is where he is expected to meet Sunita Kejriwal, who is de facto, in a sense, being presented as somebody who has stepped in this time when Arvind Kejriwal has been in jail. In fact, what I'm also being told that Sunita Kejriwal may be present in that press conference tomorrow with Manish Sisodia is what I'm being told. But joining me on the program this evening, Kapil Sankla, lawyer of the Supreme Court, and also Anmol Pawar, spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party. RP Singh of the BJP will also join us in a short while from now. But going across to you first, Anmol Pawar, indeed these visuals are significant. It's a big day for the Aam Aadmi Party. Manish Sisodia, who has been not just one of the architects of the Aam Aadmi Party, but also extremely critical to your governance in the national capital. He is out of jail after 17 months, and this after a strong Supreme Court verdict. What is the Aam Aadmi Party's strategy going forward? What will be Sisodia's role in the politics of Delhi and going forward into an election year as well?
Vedanji, first of all, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to the Honorable Supreme Court of India for granting bail to Mr. Manish Sisodia. The people of Delhi are happy as the architect of the education revolution has returned. There's a victory for democracy, and while granting bail to Mr. Sisodia and setting aside the order of the Delhi High Court, the Honorable Supreme Court made 4 very important observations. The first is that it is high time that the trial courts and the High Court should recognize the principle that bail is a rule and jail is an exception, that the right of speedy trial and right to liberty are sacrosanct rights which are enshrined in the Constitution of India. And the Article 21, which categorically states that no person can be denied his right to personal liberty. It applies irrespective of the nature of crime. And the fourth is that prolonged incarceration should not be permitted to become punishment without trial. And we all know the kind of work which Mr. Sisodia has done in the field of education. In past 9 years, he has made education his Raj Dharma. He has converted Tent Wali Pathshala into Talent Wali Pathshala. He built 22,711 classrooms in last 9 years. That is an average of 7 classrooms per day. And if we compare this data In the past,
well, because it is ultimately the Delhi governance model that you're pitching in other states as well, whether it's, of course, Punjab, Haryana, that goes to polls, and also other states that you're trying to make inroads in. But let me quickly get in Kapil Sinkla on this. I'm not sure if the BJP spokesperson is with us, and I'll try to get a reaction from the BJP as well. But Kapil, just looking at the legalities of it, and the legalities cannot be divorced from the politics, because what the Supreme Court said about the precedent that bail is the norm and jail is the exception. That is important given the fact that you have opposition leaders across party lines, whether it is K. Kavita, also in the excise policy case, has been jailed, or, you have other leaders like Hemant Soren, who of course now has been granted bail, and Arvind Kejriwal himself. This precedent, how important does it become?
This precedent has been there from the very time the Constitution was created or the Honorable Supreme Court was created. Bail is a rule, jail is an exception, has been parroted over and over again. As a defense lawyer, I say this at least once a day when in any matter that I am engaged in. But the question here is this, that the Honorable Supreme Court have also stated that this rule may be an exception in cases of financial fraud and cases where hundreds and thousands of people have been cheated. So the Honorable Supreme Court has used the item of bail, not jail. In this, I'm very happy, because this actually would be a precedent in thousands of other matters which would be there. But the judgment is not just based on that. The judgment is based on a sound principle saying that there are more than 495 witnesses. Charge sheet has now been filed. It would take a substantial period for the trial to take place, and under those circumstances that Mr. Sisodia has been in jail for last 17 months. This is a case based basically on documentary evidence. We are inclined to grant bail. So I don't know why any party is making a lot of hullabaloo about this. This is a very normal order. Yes, it may be an exceptional case for Aam Aadmi Party or for a political party that their politician has come out on bail. But the question is this, that both under PMLA, ED, and under the Prevention of Corruption Act, CBI, have filed their charge sheet. Usually, in any criminal matter, once the charge sheet is filed, a defense lawyer...
Why this is a significant order is because, as you also pointed out, this has been the norm, but it's not being followed clearly, given the fact that you have a man who has been behind bars for 17 months, despite a prior Supreme Court warning, a prior Supreme Court order that the trial has to be completed within a stipulated time, which is why this order becomes important, Kapil Sinkla.
Given in all cases, not usually in financial cases, and I'm very happy to see that norm is also used in financial cases, but that is not the be-all, end-all of why the bail was granted. The bail was granted under the circumstances the charge sheet is filed, which basically means that the investigation is now over and now the trial is about to commence. And seeing that there are more than 495, if I'm not mistaken, witnesses, it will take a substantial amount of time, and therefore the bail is granted. So this is on sound legal principles which have been followed since time immemorial, since the Honorable Supreme Court has come into
force. This is not acquittal. This does not tantamount to acquittal. This is, a regular order, given the fact that bail is indeed the exception, is indeed the norm, and jail is the exception. And this does not mean that the Aam Aadmi Party has been vindicated. Your response to that claim?
Vedantji, can I? Vedantji,
go ahead.
The Supreme Court very categorically said that irrespective of the nature of crime, whether it is a PMLA offense, whether it is a financial crime, Article 21 of the Constitution is sacrosanct, that the fundamental right of an individual is sacrosanct and it should not be violated. Now, the question that arises is that even after 2 years of investigation, when there's not a single penny which has been recovered by ED or CBI, there's no evidence, not even the trial has commenced, despite the fact that more than 8 charge sheets have been filed. And why is it that the Enforcement Directorate gave an undertaking on 30th October 2023, when the previous bail was heard, that the trial will get complete in next 7 to 8 months? It was the Solicitor General, Mr. Tushar Mehta, who gave that statement. And the same ED gave a statement on June 4th stating that even the investigation has not been completed. And the Honorable Supreme Court time and again...
So that's an important point there. And RP Singh of the BJP is also with us. RP Singh, respond to that. Because while you may say that this is not a sort of vindication or this is not acquittal, the fact of the matter is that the top court of the country has come down heavily on the investigating agency, saying that this man has been deprived of the right to a speedy trial. This is not the Aam Aadmi Party saying this, but this is the Supreme Court of the country saying this. Your response to that?
Well, last time the same Supreme Court, when denied the bail to Mr. Sisodia, said that 38 crore money trail, that was the observation of the court, that 38 crore money trail has been found. And then they said there are evidence good enough to believe that there's a money trail of 38 crore rupees. So this is the last time, this was October last year, when the year you mentioned, the last date you're mentioning about. And one of my friends and even your colleague was talking about, Tanushka was talking about the schools, that schools are doing very well. Let me read out from the court judgment which came in April about the schools in city. The court said the very sad state of affair. Justice Manmohan Singh said broken desks, serious shortages of classroom, lack of books and writing material. Thereon, the secretary in the court admitted that that there are schools being run in a tin shed, tin buildings, and 2 sections were at a time being made in a single classroom, and there are more than 144 children in one classroom. So this is the state of where, as far as education model goes, only except publicity and except going gaga about it, nothing on ground. But coming back to the issue, since morning they have been saying that he has got the bail, he has got the bail. So basically कह रहे हैं कि सत्य की जीत हो गई. But I have never seen 10 lakh rupees zamanat, 20 lakh rupees surety, put to 30 lakh rupees surety, and also that every Monday he has to visit the police station, and his passport has been confiscated, and he has to keep his mobile data on so that he can be traced anywhere, anytime. So, you know, who are being let out on such conditions? They are not people
so many
who
would say that those are regular bail conditions, but of course your point is taken that, you know, this is not any acquittal in any sense of the term. He is not free from the charges, so to speak, but nevertheless a significant judgment, given the fact that the Supreme Court has said that it would be like a game of snakes and ladders if the trial sort of goes back to an earlier stage and it's actually sent to the trial court. And indeed, a big shot in the arm for the Aam Aadmi Party, given the fact that this comes right ahead of the assembly polls. Thanks all very much for being with us. Tanushka also continues to be with us. Tanushka, so he's heading straight to the Chief Minister's residence is what I'm being told. He will meet Sunita Kejriwal. But from here on, the politics of Delhi takes a very interesting turn, given the fact that I'm being told that he will not join the government. He will work on rebuilding the image of the party. I believe, Tanushka, we've lost the line with Tanushka there. But look at the kind of messaging at the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters here. If I can ask my camera person to show you, these visuals of posters being out here at the Aam Aadmi Party saying that this is the victory of the truth. So the Aam Aadmi Party, of course, is going to go to town as far as its campaign about the alleged misuse of agencies is concerned. And this Supreme Court order has, in a sense, bolstered the Aam Aadmi Party's case, in a sense, given the fact that the Supreme Court has made such important observations in today's order as well. I believe Tanushka is now back with us. So Tanushka, what I was asking you is that now the politics of Delhi takes a very interesting turn, because what I'm being told is that he will work at the party level, strengthening the cadre of the party. He may go outside of Delhi and campaign in Haryana as well, along with Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann. So it certainly, in a sense, bolsters the narrative of the Aam Aadmi Party. Though, of course, the BJP, we must not forget, is also up in arms. The BJP continues to demand the resignation of Arvind Kejriwal over a host of issues, the LG on the offensive too.
That's exactly what we're hearing and understanding right now, Vedant. It's certainly big for the Aam Aadmi Party, considering that it's been 17 long months since Manish Sisodia, who was the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, has been at the Tihar jail, lodged at the Tihar jail under the Delhi excise policy scam. And we know that Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal is also lodged right here. In his case has also been coming up at the Supreme Court as well for his bail. But so with respect to, the main person of the party, the chief of the party still being lodged at jail, the fact that Manish Sisodia has been released is a huge relief to the Aam Aadmi Party in terms of their campaign for sure. With respect to the Delhi Assembly elections as well, after speaking with, the chief national spokesperson Priyanka Kakkar of the party, what we also understood is that this will definitely bolster their campaign. And they are now looking forward to the elections ahead with much more confidence. And this has also reinstilled confidence in them with respect to Kejriwal's case as well. This was something that was echoed by not just Priyanka Kakkar, but Saurabh Bhardwaj, Atishi, Sanjay Singh. All these Aam Aadmi Party leaders are now feeling more positive about the fact that, this case and this order by the Supreme Court that says that the bail is a rule and the jail is an exception. So also, echoing on that, what Supreme Court also cited is that the trial court's claims that the trial was pending because of Manish Sisodia has been completely denied by the Supreme Court, and they also added that it is cruel to, keep someone shuttling like this between the trial courts when there is no basis of the case, and these are the grounds on which Manish Sisodia has been granted bail by the Supreme Court. What we're right now understanding is, of course, that this is big. He will be rallying ahead and campaigning outside of Delhi, as he's not allowed to right now visit the secretary office within Delhi. These are the rules that goes by. This is the procedure that happens after such a bail is granted. But he will be campaigning with Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann, and he is quite a huge role this man played, Manish Sisodia played in the education scenario in the environment in the capital with respect to these Delhi government schools
Tanushka, of course, including the fact that he will sort of take that place of the principal vote catcher of the Aam Aadmi Party, given the fact that you had Arvind Kejriwal playing that role as a star campaigner of the Aam Aadmi Party, and of course, which is why we have seen, whether it was in Delhi or in Punjab, the Aam Aadmi Party's Lok Sabha performance has been pretty poor. Haryana is coming up. The Aam Aadmi Party has done well in Haryana as far as the Panchayat polls are concerned, but of course, it needs to rebuild the cadre. That is the biggest issue confronting the Aam Aadmi Party right now. But as we speak of the politics, let's also not forget the facts of the case, given the fact that the trial will continue. Manish Sisodia has gotten bail, but both the Enforcement Directorate as well as the CBI they both have filed their charge sheets in the liquor policy case. The Enforcement Directorate is looking at money laundering allegations. Where did the money come from allegedly? Where did it go? Meanwhile, the CBI is looking at corruption allegations, because the biggest allegation, the essence of the liquor policy case, is that those alleged kickbacks were used as campaign money or to fund the poll campaigns of the Aam Aadmi Party in Punjab and Goa. So, of course, the trial will continue. The Enforcement Directorate has made some scathing allegations in the charge sheet and in courts also multiple times over, saying that the money trail has been established, over 30 crore money trail has been established. So, all those facts are yet to be sort of looked at by the court. The charge sheet has been filed, but certainly as far as the optics are concerned, a big day for the Aam Aadmi Party. Manish Sisodia has walked out of jail after 17 long months. That's all the time that we have on the show. Thanks so much for watching. Goodbye.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV news app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV news app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet.
Hello and welcome to the Urban Agenda. I'm Manish Sisodia, and today we draw your attention to Mumbai's affordable housing shortage that demands a massive solution. The city desperately needs not thousands but lakhs of affordable right-priced homes. All eyes are on MHADA, short for Maharashtra Housing and Area Development Authority. This is a nodal agency of Maharashtra state. MHADA's mandate is to provide affordable housing in the state and also its capital, Mumbai. MHADA is entrusted with the responsibility of improving the quality of life of residents by modernizing older MHADA colonies as well, from Kamathipura redevelopment to PDD Chawl redevelopment in the heart of Mumbai. MHADA has big plans. Today we have with us the man leading these mega development projects, Vice Chairman and CEO Sanjeev Jaiswal with us. Let's dive straight in. Mr. Jaiswal, thank you so much for speaking with us.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
All right, let me start with the very first question. The purpose of MHADA is to provide affordable housing in the state, and the largest gap of affordable housing is in the capital, Mumbai. So let's start with your game plan to bring right-priced housing stock into the capital, sir.
Now, MHADA being the nodal agency for providing affordable housing in the state and especially in Mumbai, we are trying to take up a lot of schemes or projects whereby we can fulfill this objective and ensure that people receive or are able to bid in for the low-cost housing. Now, if I speak about the norms of affordable housing, then as per the Ministry of Urban Development, the norm says that roughly around 30% of the income of the household is what should go in terms of the housing requirements. If I talk about this, the country in general, states like Ahmedabad is around 21%, Pune is around hovering around 26%, but Mumbai unfortunately was around 53% as per the 22 figures. In the last 1 year, that figure has come down to 51%, but even then today, this issue of the price and the affordability is something which is a big concern for all of us. Now, to counter this in MHADA, what we are planning especially is that to promote more of the redevelopment schemes so that at least the people who are already residing there are able to get affordable housing. And now we are planning that every year around 5,000 odd houses should come in the fold, out of which another 2,000 odd houses we are going in for lottery in maybe next week. We are announcing it tomorrow. This apart, the other issue is as regards, if you see the prevailing policy, the policy allows the developer for going in for redevelopment either both on a premium payment model or a sharing model, if he's taking an FSI of 3 or an additional FSI of 1. So we are trying to insist upon and force to the developers that when it comes to sharing, the fourth FSI should not be taken on premium, but they should take it on a sharing model so that much of housing stock is made available to the people at a subsidized price. But the good side is that if you see the average pricing, so like even for the lottery that we are declaring tomorrow, the average pricing that comes to for the EWS category is from 29 lakhs to 42 lakhs. Or for the LIG, it comes to from 37 lakhs to 1.5 CR. And MIG is obviously 55 lakhs onwards to maybe 2 crores or 3 crores. But the bigger challenge is to increase the numbers. So that is one concern which we have to address in the coming days, for which we have already formulated a lot of plans, especially to see that we get an increased housing stock, A. B is that we construct more houses in the land parcel that is available to us. And C is that till now the approach was of a single building redevelopment. So to counter that, now we are encouraging a cluster redevelopment.
So let's focus on the redevelopment of the cess buildings that you spoke about. How much stock of housing will get added with this?
So there are roughly 13,000 odd cess buildings in the island city which yet need to be redeveloped, and in approx figures around 4.25 lakh tenements are staying there, and we are taking a drive for the redevelopment of the same, and it is expected that in the next 10 years all these buildings should come near the redevelopment or should be sanctioned in the redevelopment. So around 4.25 lakh tenements staying there will be rehabilitated at free of cost, and equal number of housing stock will be created, which obviously will be under the developer's quota, which he can make it available to the people at large in those areas, but in the open market.
Can you also elaborate on the redevelopment plans of the 114 layout of MHADA?
MHADA has 114 layouts, and it is estimated that almost 2.25 lakh tenements are there scattered, and this redevelopment that goes is under either 33.5 or 33.9 if it is a cluster redevelopment, and in the next 12 to 15 years all these buildings shall go into redevelopment barring few. So another 2.25 lakh houses for the redevelopment of the tenements staying there free of cost, and double of it, which is roughly around 4.5 lakh houses, will be made available to the developer for sale in the open market, which again will be taken by Mumbaikars.
Okay, Mr. Jaiswal, let's come to the BDD Chawl redevelopment, for which MHADA has been appointed as a nodal agency. Now, this is a large and a valuable project. 121 chawls to be redeveloped in Worli, 42 in Naigaon and 32 on NM Joshi Road. Now, there already have been some delays because of tenants' reluctance to move, rent advance issues. How solid are your plans, and do you think you'll be able to complete it within the set timeline of 2026, sir?
As you have rightly pointed out, that BDD project in the three places where we have started, Worli, Naigaon and NM Joshi, had a lot of initial issues which slowly one by one we have been trying to address. The demands were very high, and like even today I received allegations saying that increase our area or increase our parking or provide us this amenities, or we need this add-on feature over there. But by and large, most of the issues are settled now. And if I were just to speak in terms of numbers, then in all these three places, roughly 16,000 odd houses were to be constructed in the different phases. Out of which I'm happy to say that 6,000 plus houses have already started, the construction has started. Some buildings have almost reached the full height, and some buildings are in the midway progress. In terms of percentage, Worli has almost, the work started is 34%, Naigaon is around 50%, and NM Joshi is also around 50%. We do intend to start the first allotments of the rehab component from March 25, which is next year, so another say 6 to 8 months from now. But as regards the deadline of 26 was concerned for the rehab component, honestly speaking, I really don't see that we shall be able to complete the full rehab by 2026, for the simple reason that the tenants out there are not very cooperative, and in terms of vacating the premises where they are staying, the demand is for giving them transit camps, and they don't want to take the option of the rent which we give to them, 25,000 per month. So these are the challenges in getting the land vacated and to start the construction of the rehab building. So this is one major concern, but hopefully if everything goes as it is planned, then maybe by 28 we should be able to complete the entire rehab component of BDD.
What about the financial restructuring and fundraising plans for this redevelopment? It's 16,000 crore rupees in the first phase, which is a substantial amount.
Yeah, so if you see this is true that the whole costing of the project, only if I talk about the rehab part, is around 16,000 crores. And the tender that was allotted, if in that originally it was envisaged that even the free sale component will be constructed, by MHADA or through the government. So that is another 23,000 crores. So roughly the project size for rehab and free sale construction is 40,000 crores if I go by the current price. Now, raising so much of funds for MHADA on its own or through the government is a big challenge. Hence, now we are also working on to see that the rehab component obviously is our liability, our commitment, our words given to the people. So we shall be doing that. So whatever 16,000 odd crores is needed for the rehab, that will be paid by MHADA. And to recover that amount, we are in the process of appointing some transaction advisor, which is at the final stage, whereby we plan to either get in some investor, or we also plan to sell off the FSI of the residential or the commercial component in pockets. So the rough calculation that has been made shows a positive cash flow if at all in the next 1 year we are able to trade off this available FSI for both residential and commercial. So we should be able to take care of our rehab expenditure, and not only that, maybe we will also be able to make some profits which we can use later for constructing more affordable houses either there or in the city.
Mr. Jaiswal, stay with us. We will come back to put the spotlight on MHADA's plans for the redevelopment of Kamathipura, which has been made famous with its numerous movie and series portrayals as India's oldest red light district. But Kamathipura has a rich cultural history and a resilient community which wants much better living conditions in its future.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the
We are in conversation with the dynamic IAS officer, VC and CEO of MHADA, Maharashtra Housing and Area Development Authority, Sanjeev Jaiswal. Now, MHADA is playing a crucial role in Kamathipura's redevelopment with a focus on replacing dilapidated structures and buildings with modern housing and far better infrastructure. MHADA's efforts aim to transform Kamathipura into a safer and more livable area while preserving its cultural heritage. Mr. Jaiswal is with us. Mr. Jaiswal, give us a status report on Kamathipura redevelopment. What bits are you happy with in terms of progress, and what are the biggest challenges you think you'll have to overcome?
So Kamathipura is a very ambitious project. As you're aware that this settlement took place way back in 1775 when the workers were brought primarily from the south, and they were termed as Kamathis out there. And then later on it was named as a Kamathipura way back maybe 100-150 years back. Now coming straight to the project, the proposal was submitted to the state government and a cabinet decision was taken that Kamathipura will be redeveloped under the provisions of 33(9), and MHADA has been appointed as the special planning authority. In the last 8 to 10 months we have really worked very hard, and I'm happy to say that this whole layout is almost in 34 acres where roughly 8,500 people have to be rehabilitated. And apart from the landowners, which is around 800 landowners, the minimum area to be given to them is 500 square feet. And we are in a stage now where almost all the DPR is ready, the PMC has been appointed, the presentation has been made to the high power committee, principally it has been approved, and maybe in the next 8 to 10 days or maybe by this month end, we are hoping to float the expression of interest for inviting bids for the Kamathipura redevelopment. So I am also eagerly waiting for this bid to come in the the offer to come for this regard, and we have already had some presentations made to the CREDAI Narredco, and the response was positive. So fingers crossed. I hope that we get positive response to the bids that will be coming up in the next few days.
Do you really believe that private developers would be interested in partnering in Kamathipura, sir, considering there was absolutely no interest in a prime location like BDD Chaul, which is located in Worli?
See, if you go by certain figures of the BMC, that is the Mumbai Corporation, then this is one ward and this particular area where the population has come down, though very marginally. Now, what does that indicate? That indicates that the available housing stock which is there in the periphery is not available, obviously because land is also not available. Secondly, the financial calculation that has been done in this project shows that roughly 5.5 lakh square meter area is what could be available for free sale to any developer who takes up the project. And to make it viable, after a lot of negotiation with the people who are staying there, we have been able to freeze the tenement size to almost 499 square feet. And we have also been able to come to an agreement with the landowners on the cap of the rehab tenements to be provided to them against the land owned. So as a result, the calculation does show that it is profitable in spite of all the challenges. And secondly, what I see as an add-on advantage in Kamathipura is the fact that the Residents Association, the Tenants Association and the Landowners Association and also the local people's representative, in the last 6-8 months, because of a continuous dialogue that we have had with them, they are very much in favor of getting this redevelopment project pushed. So the normal issues which arise, the resistance, I do not personally foresee much of resistance to this project.
Let's briefly touch on the PMGP redevelopment, 30 to 40,000 homes in South Mumbai. These are 30-year-old buildings deteriorating. Again, what I want to understand is, does MHADA have the capacity to undertake so many large redevelopment projects all at once?
Honestly speaking, you see the PMGP buildings and the similar buildings which is called RT buildings, the transit, residential transit buildings. So we have 66 PMGP buildings and roughly 388 transit buildings, and the number of people who are staying here is like the tenements out here is more than 36,000, around 40,000. The bigger challenge was that if I were just to speak about the legalities, then obviously when these buildings were constructed, it was expected that the conveyance takes place and then later on this building go in for redevelopment on their own. But unfortunately, the conveyance did not take place because of the resistance of the people who shifted in, and because of lack of maintenance or funds raised for the maintenance, the buildings got very deteriorated in a shorter span, and all this need redevelopment now. So government has now taken a policy decision that whereby they have allowed redevelopment of the PMGP buildings on lines of 33/7, which is for the CEST buildings. And as far as the RT buildings are concerned, they have allowed it on, a new provision was incorporated, 33/24, which is quite similar to 33/7 minus incentive. But the bigger challenge is that most of these buildings are either scattered and the consumed FSI is more than 3. So the only approach which would be feasible in this setup would be if these buildings come in a cluster approach. So we are working on it, and like to give an example purposely, that one of the PMGP building which was there in Jogeshwari, we have just floated a bid for it, and if we get a response to it, I am hopeful that with the new incentives that has been provided in the Act, both the PMGP buildings and the RT buildings will definitely come in for redevelopment in the next year or 2.
So redevelopment, housing, these are all long tail projects which require a minimum of 5 years of continuity of a committed leader. Now there is new vigor, we know, in MHADA since you've taken over. What happens if you're reassigned to another government department?
To be very honest, Manisha, I feel that you see, the institution or the organization is much bigger than any individual who is heading it. So in the services that I belong to, obviously we are in a transferable job. Our normal tenure, luckily in Maharashtra, is quite secured. So normally we put in 3 years, unless one is transferred before. But the only thing I can say regarding this is that being transferred or not being transferred is the ambit, falls in the domain of the government decision. But the institutional checks and mechanisms that are in place, and especially in terms of the agreements or the models or whatever we set in for any of the redevelopment, once it is all sanctioned, once it all starts on the ground, then it goes on an autopilot mode. So there what is needed is more of a monitoring, a supervision, and a timely update of the MIS, so that whoever is the VP is aware of what is going on site. So I personally feel that if everything is put on an autopilot mode, and if the institutional frameworks are seen to be implemented on the ground, then even if the officer who spearheaded it gets transferred, it shouldn't make a difference.
All right, Mr. Jaiswal, my last question, a lot of these projects are driven by Mr. Devendra Fadnavis and CM Mr. Shinde. Is a change of guard a worry for your vision for MHADA?
See, at the outset, I would definitely place on records my sincere thanks to the Honorable Chief Minister, the Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, and even our Housing Minister, because without their support, the policy changes or all the initiatives that we are planning to take up could not have even been thought about, or as an officer, I could not have had the push to go ahead with it. Now, coming to your question, you see, Maharashtra as a state has always been a development-oriented state, and having put in 28 years in the services, it has come to a notice that the mega projects which are started, and even the redevelopment projects which are started, they never get stalled or they never get stopped just because there is a change in guard.
Thank you, Mr. Jaiswal, for taking the time out to speak with us. We look forward to MHADA's ambitious plans bearing fruit and significantly increasing the affordable housing stock in India's priceless real estate market. And thanks to all of you for joining us today on the Urban Agenda. Goodbye.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the news. I'm Gargi Rawat. Coming up ahead, AAP leader Manish Sisodia is finally released from jail. We'll get you all the highlights. Also, the centre forms a panel to monitor the situation in Bangladesh after reports of minorities being targeted. All that and more coming up ahead. Let's take a look at the headlines. AAP leader Manish Sisodia released from Delhi's Tihar jail just a short while ago. This comes hours after the Supreme Court granted him bail in the alleged liquor policy scam. The top court called his incarceration of over 17 months a travesty of justice. The centre forms a panel to monitor the situation in Bangladesh to ensure the safety of Indians and minorities there. The panel will maintain communication with the Bangla government, and the centre forms this panel amidst reports of targeted attacks. Opposition parties led by Sonia Gandhi walked out of Rajya Sabha today in a powerful show of support for Samajwadi Party MP Jaya Bachchan after she clashed with chairperson Jagdeep Dhankar over the tone of his voice and for yet again calling her Jaya Amitabh Bachchan. India star javelin thrower Neeraj Chopra clinched a silver medal at the Paris Olympics, becoming the first Indian track and field athlete to win 2 consecutive Olympic medals. And while Arshad won the gold, Neeraj and Arshad Nadeem's mothers both won hearts after in a display of bonhomie. They say that both the champions are their sons and are happy for them. Delhi's former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia was released from jail this evening, hours after the Supreme Court had granted him bail in the alleged liquor policy scam. And in a series of powerful observations, the Supreme Court called Mr. Sisodia's nearly 18-month incarceration a travesty of justice. He had been arrested by the CBI in February last year. Now, Sisodia, who held multiple portfolios while a member of the Delhi government, including education, was received by jubilant AAP supporters. In fact, this is a huge relief for the Aam Aadmi Party, with several of their top leadership, including Arvind Kejriwal, in jail. Now, addressing everybody, the gathered supporters, he gave a short speech and even said that since the morning, since the order came out from the Supreme Court, every inch of my skin has been feeling indebted to Baba Saheb. I don't know how I will pay this debt. So a huge relief there. But let's go across to NDTV's Vedant, who has been tracking all these developments since the morning. And Vedant, the jubilant Aam Aadmi Party, you know, one of their big leaders, finally back. The party has suffered several challenges and blows, but a huge relief now with Manish Sisodia finally out. Tell us immediately, what is he planning?
That's right, Gargi. In fact, I come to you from right outside Manish Sisodia's residence, and the security has been ramped up here. Of course, I was showing you those balloons earlier as well, and he's expected to arrive here in a short while from now. He's at the Chief Minister's residence. He's meeting Chief Minister's wife, Sunita Kejriwal, and what I'm picking up is that they are likely to address a joint press conference tomorrow. So very interesting optics there, certainly, given the fact that Sunita Kejriwal will be present there with Manish Sisodia, and they will be addressing a joint press conference. Now, as far as Manish Sisodia's role going forward is concerned, well, top sources within the Aam Aadmi Party say that while, of course, it's too soon to be talking about what Manish Sisodia's role will be, they are looking at building the party cadre, because remember, crucial assembly polls are coming up in Haryana later this year and also in Delhi next year. So the Aam Aadmi Party has to start rebuilding its cadre and also its image, because remember, what started off as a crusade against corruption is now mired in a lot of controversies, given the fact that investigations are only mounting. There are at least 5 cases, serious cases against top leadership of the Aam Aadmi Party. In fact, the Enforcement Directorate has made the Aam Aadmi Party an accused in the liquor policy case as well. Their headquarters could be sealed. So, of course, there are a lot of challenges before the Aam Aadmi Party, and Manish Sisodia will primarily be playing a party role, is what the indication from the Aam Aadmi Party is. He is unlikely to join the government, because remember, very cleverly, both Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal had given all the departments to Atishi. In fact, this residence also, that was Manish Sisodia's residence, has been allotted in the name of Atishi. Manish Sisodia's wife is also currently inside, and a lot of preparations are on, but he will not be joining the government, is certainly what the indication is. While, of course, good optics for the Aam Aadmi Party, the trial will continue, but it certainly bolsters the Aam Aadmi Party's case and its claim that agencies are being misused against the party. Tomorrow is going to be crucial. He is likely to kickstart his first day after jail. He is expected to visit a mandir also, is what I am being told, and after that a joint press conference with Sunita Kejriwal.
That's right, and Vedant, this has also given AAP hope that hopefully relief with Arvind Kejriwal as well, as you've been mentioning. But the kind of setbacks the AAP has been facing, also in security, there's been talk of leaders leaving. So that is something now with Manish Sisodia out that he can at least deal with, even if he's not allowed to be a part of the government.
Absolutely, Gargi, and that is clearly going to be the focus, given the fact that the Aam Aadmi Party's Lok Sabha performance, both in Delhi as well as in Punjab, has been pretty unimpressive, which is why the clear sense within the party right now is that the cadre has to be strengthened. A lot of the cadre has moved away already. If you look at the grassroots level cadre, a lot of it has switched over to the Congress in some states and also to the BJP. So ensuring that the sentiment on the ground as far as booth workers are concerned, the cadre level karyakarta, that has to be really strengthened, which is what the focus of Manish Sisodia will be. I'm also being told that he is likely to campaign with Bhagwant Mann in several states, something that we've seen earlier. Arvind Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann usually campaign in states like Haryana, where the Aam Aadmi Party's Panchayat poll performance has been pretty good. In states like this, we can expect Manish Sisodia to campaign along with Bhagwant Mann. So all of those will be extremely interesting optics. Remember, also an important point here, Gargi, Manish Sisodia has a very close working equation with the Lieutenant Governor, though of course there have been issues and no love lost between the two, but the fact is that he knows how to deal with the Lieutenant Governor, who's clearly on the offensive, and NIA inquiry has also been started against the Aam Aadmi Party. So all of that is something that Manish Sisodia will be able to handle, is what the Aam Aadmi Party's hope and expectation at this point is.
All right, Vedant, thanks so much for joining us there with all the latest developments. So it's been a big day for Aam Aadmi Party, huge relief, lots of developments since the morning, since the Supreme Court granted him bail. Here's a report.
A pen, his diary, and the Bhagavad Gita. Delhi government's second most powerful man, walking out of jail with his only companions for the past 17 months in Tihar's dreaded prison number 1. Leaving behind his boss and Delhi's chief minister in a prison cell next door.
a silver lining for the beleaguered Aam Aadmi Party, which is fighting an existential battle without a leader. After at least 20 dates with the courts, setback after setback in bail hearings and a prolonged investigation, a supreme verdict calling Manish Sisodia's trial a travesty of justice. His protege Atishi, who took over the reins of the education department in Delhi, broke down while speaking at one of the government schools, considered key to Manish Sisodia's education revolution plank.
I think it also underlines what we have been saying for the last 2 years, ever since this attack on Aam Aadmi Party has started, ever since this persecution and victimization of Aam Aadmi Party has started. So it's definitely a vindication. I think it's an indicator of the fact that yes, in Hindi they say, Bhagwan ke ghar mein der hai, andher nahi hai. And I think today's Supreme Court order has really vindicated all of us.
The BJP gunning for the jailed Chief Minister said that his former deputy is still not free from charges.
हम ये जानते हैं कि शराब नीति घोटाले में मनीष सिसोदिया को बेल मिली है और किसी भी अपराधी को बेल मिलना वो अपराध मुक्त होना नहीं होता है। जांच अभी चल रही है, साक्ष्य कोर्ट के सामने आएंगे। अरविंद केजरीवाल हो, मनीष सिसोदिया हो या बाकी लोग हो, इन सब ने शराब नीति घोटाले में कमीशन खाई है, दलाली खाई है और ये फैसला जनता की अदालत में सबके सामने होगा।
The Supreme Court in its bail order set the record straight, invoking the precedent that bail is the norm and jail the exception.
What I really admire and appreciate about judges is that they've walked the talk. They've not said it, they've actually done it. That is important. You know, just to say it, just to rhetorically declare it, but they have walked the talk. They've dealt with the matter in a very fair and a very quick and a very comprehensive manner, and they've done justice.
The Aam Aadmi Party now pins its hopes on the same Supreme Court for relief to Arvind Kejriwal.
Well, let's get to news from the Olympics. And India's star javelin thrower Neeraj Chopra clinched a silver medal at the Paris Games, becoming the first Indian track and field athlete to win 2 consecutive Olympic medals. He won India's sole silver medal with the season's best throw of 89.45 meters in javelin. The event, though, was dominated by Pakistan's Arshad Nadeem, who won gold with a massive throw of 92.97 meters. His remarkable achievement, Neeraj Chopra's that is, was celebrated across the country, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi also leading the chorus of congratulations. Of Neeraj Chopra and Arshad Nadeem, however, are winning hearts. First, Neeraj Chopra's mother, when asked for her first reaction on him winning the silver and Nadeem getting the gold, she said she's happy for him and she's happy for Arshad as well. She said Arshad is like her son, and these sentiments were reciprocated from across the border by Arshad's mother. So both mothers really winning hearts. Listen in.
नहीं जान तो बहुत खुश है। हमने तो सिल्वर भी गोल्ड वर्ग लग रहा है। गोल्ड उसका आ गया, वो भी मारा लड़का जी मेहनत करके सब जा रहे। कोई बात नहीं जी, ये तो तीनों हुए हैं बच्चे के खिलाड़ी के। आप लोग खुश हो? कोई बात नहीं। ना खुश है जमा, पूरे खुश है। पिछली बार आया था तो फेवरेट खाना बनाया था। हाँ जी, फेवरेट खाना जरूर बनाएंगे। आओगे जी, फेवरेट जरूर बनाएंगे।
नीरज चोपड़ा से वो जीते हैं, तो नीरज चोपड़ा के बारे में क्या कहेंगे? वो अर्शद से हार गए हैं।
नहीं बेटा, वो भी मेरे बेटे अर्शद नदीम का भी दोस्त भी है और भाई भी है। तो वो हार जीत तो अपने किस्मत की होती है, और वो भी मेरा बेटा है। इंशाल्लाह ताला कहते होंगे उसनों भी कामयाब करे अल्लाह मियाँ, उसनों भी मेडल जीतने की तौफीक देगा। और दोनों भाई से उन्होंने भी दोस्त भी थे, और मैं उसके लिए भी दुआ करती हूँ।
In other news now, the government of India today constituted a committee to monitor the situation on the Indo-Bangladesh border. This committee will maintain communication channels with their counterpart authorities in Bangladesh to ensure safety of Indian citizens and people belonging to minority communities in Bangladesh. In fact, Home Minister Amit Shah announced the formation of this panel, which will monitor the crisis and will monitor the reports that have been coming in of violence. There have been many concerns, remember, since these reports of minorities being targeted in Bangladesh have emerged. Well, let's go across to Neeta now for more. And Neeta, tell us more about, the powers that this panel has and what it's expected to do. Keep an eye on the border situation as well.
Gargi, the main task of this panel is to monitor the ground situation and also manage the spillover, because every day we are seeing many people are gathering around the borders. This is a 5-member panel. It's going to be headed by the Additional Director General of Border Security Force, Mr. Gandhi, and he's going to be assisted by 2 Inspector Generals, one from South Bengal of BSF and the second one from Tripura. These 2 states have been chosen because Bangladesh shares the maximum, length of borders from these 2 areas. South Bengal about 2,000 plus, and as far as Tripura is concerned about 800 kilometers. Apart from that, Land Port Authority of India, 2 members are also going to be there, 1 member and 1 secretary. So this panel is obviously going to control and send ground situations, because there are so many agencies working there. So they are going to assess the ground situation and send regular reports to the government of India. Meanwhile, Sheikh Hasina is still in the protective custody of intelligence agency, though she is still in India. The government in the back channels is trying to work out some kind of an asylum deal. When she had landed here in India, that time the government had asked her that it is up to her to chalk her own destiny. But still now, she landed here on Monday and still she is in India. Her son obviously is saying that when situation calms down in Bangladesh, she would be returning back when elections are held there. But till that time, she is in India, but the government is trying to chalk out some kind of strategy. Meanwhile, there were reports yesterday. We also saw the Prime Minister of India tweeting about the safety of minorities. Keeping that in mind, this committee, this setup has been done by the centre, which comprises of 5 members. Gargi?
All right, Neeta, thanks so much for joining us with all those details. Now, the Election Commission team was in Jammu and Kashmir, where they met with several officials as well as political parties, and addressing the media. Following that, the Chief Election Commissioner said that the people in Jammu and Kashmir have chosen democracy and that they will give a befitting reply to disruptive forces. It is a 3-member team of the Election Commission that held separate discussions with leaders across party lines.
कोई भी अंदरूनी ताकत या बाहरी ताकत अगर दखल अंदाजी करके सोचती है कि हम चुनावों को डिरेल कर सकते हैं तो नहीं कर सकते. वी आर कमिटेड टू कंडक्ट इलेक्शंस एट द अर्लीस्ट. वी आर श्योर पीपल ऑफ J&K विल गिव ए बिफिटिंग रिस्पांस टू डिसरप्टिव फोर्सेस. सभी पार्टीज का यूनानिमसली अगेन ऑल. उनका कहना था कि अब अगले चुनाव भी असेंबली के जल्द से जल्द कराए जाएं.
Let's go across to Nazir now for more. And Nazir, so still waiting for that date when elections will take place, but the CEC did say that electoral rolls will be released by the 20th of September.
Well, perhaps Election Commission could not have been more clear than what they said about holding elections in Jammu and Kashmir. I asked a very specific question to the Chief Election Commissioner that Supreme Court has set a deadline of September 30 to hold elections. Are you prepared to hold these elections?
All right, we will try and reconnect there with Nazir for all the latest as the Election Commission finally visiting Jammu and Kashmir. Yes, over to you, Nazir.
Yeah. So Mr. Rajiv Kumar said, look, we will keep that in mind while finalizing the election schedule for Jammu and Kashmir Assembly elections. So they will keep that in mind while finalizing the schedule for the elections. So he also said, no one, no internal or the external power will be allowed to derail the election process. He was asked about the militant attacks in Jammu. He said it can't be a chicken and egg, situation. So elections will be held regardless of any situation, and we will defeat divisive forces. And people have shown their faith in democracy during the parliament elections, and people have shown we have to build on that. So he was very, very clear that elections will be held. Only question is when will it be held before the deadline set by the Supreme Court on September 30. So he also talked about his meeting with the Jain officials of administration. He said every officer, DC, SP, and all senior officials said they are all ready for the elections, and all political parties, be it BJP or the opposition, were unanimous that the elections should be held quickly, and the Election Commission should abide by the deadline set by the Supreme Court. So clearly, Jammu and Kashmir is bracing for the assembly elections, which are long overdue. Last assembly elections were held in 2014, and it was the longest gap between two assembly elections. But finally, Election Commission concluded its two-day visit to Jammu and Kashmir and has given all the indications that they are holding elections. Only one meeting is left, which is with the Home Ministry in Delhi, where they will review the security arrangements. But they made it very clear they are holding elections this year, and they will keep in mind the deadline which has been set by the Supreme Court, which is September 30, to hold elections in Jammu and Kashmir.
All right, Nazir, thanks so much for joining us with all those details. News now of the Rajya Sabha today, where Samajwadi Party MP Jaya Bachchan and Rajya Sabha chairperson Jagdeep Dhankar went head-to-head after the former said the latter's tone was not acceptable. This is after Jagdeep Dhankar had referred to her as Jaya Amitabh Bachchan. This is something that she had protested over before. A furious Mr. Dhankar hit back sharply, declaring, "I don't want a schooling," and told Ms. Bachchan, "You may be a celebrity, but you have to understand decorum." After this fiery exchange, there was a walkout by the opposition, led by Congress veteran Sonia Gandhi, and the opposition leaders underlined their claims that they were not being allowed to speak during House debates.
Honorable members, Jaya Amitabh Bachchan is the last speaker on this point. Please, ma'am.
सर, मैं जया अमिताभ बच्चन ये बोलना चाहती हूँ, मैं कलाकार हूँ, बॉडी लैंग्वेज समझती हूँ, एक्सप्रेशन समझती हूँ, और सर मुझे माफ करिएगा मगर आपका टोन जो है is not acceptable. We are colleagues, sir. You may be sitting on the chair.
Jaya ji,
and I remember when I went to school.
Jaya ji, take your seat. Jaya ji, take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat. You have earned a great reputation. You know, an actor is subject to the director. You have not seen what I see from here. Every day, I don't want to repeat. I don't want schooling. I am a person who has gone out of the way. And you say, my tone? No, she's given to you. No, don't have floor now. No, enough of it. Enough of it. No, enough of it. You can't have it. You may be anybody. You may be a celebrity. You have to understand the decorum. No, nothing doing.
वो भी आम एमपी की तरह हैं, वो हमारे अन्नदाता तो है नहीं. I objected to the tone used by the chair. We are not school children. We are all, and some of us are senior citizens. I was upset with the tone, and especially when LOP stood up to speak, he had switched off the mic. How can you do this? ये तो परंपरा के खिलाफ है. You have to allow the leader. Who is going to protect us? The leader of opposition. We are all together in opposition. I need an apology. From the chair. I need an apology for saying I don't care. He has to care. He's on the chair. He has to care.
Let's go across to Vasudha for more, and it was quite a fiery exchange there, Vasudha. And from the opposition side, it seems this, underlying feeling that they're treated unfairly by the chairperson, not being allowed to speak, and that really spilled over in this exchange and then the walkout that took place.
Absolutely, Gargi. If you look at the highlights of the Parliament of the budget session that ended today, it of course was the budget 2024 that was presented by Nirmala Sitharaman, and also the Waqf bill that came about yesterday and was promptly sent to the JPC. But clearly, this standoff between Jagdeep Dhankar, the Vice President, and also the Chairperson of the Rajya Sabha, and Jaya Bachchan, who is an MP from the Samajwadi Party, remains to be an interesting aspect. In fact, it remains to be something that has emerged not just once, but but multiple times. Today, what happened between both of them is the third time that this exchange of words took place this budget session. And let me give you a context to what happened today. Mallikarjun Kharge, who is the Congress president, he was speaking today, and BJP MP Ghanshyam Tiwari was also speaking. So there was, allegedly some derogatory words that Mr. Tiwari has used according to the Congress party, which is when Jaya Bachchan wanted to intervene, and which is when Mr. Dhankar actually called out her name, and he of course used Jaya Amitabh Bachchan, and she of course stood up and she said that the kind of tone that he uses with his colleagues who are also from the opposition party is not right, it's not respectful, and she took objection to that, and of course Mr. Dhankar got very agitated, and he said that he doesn't need to be schooled, and she might be a celebrity, but she also needs to know the decorum, and he will not take this because he doesn't need to get schooled. And this went on for a bit, and of course yesterday we also saw Mr. Dhankar walk out of the Rajya Sabha because there was continuous protest happening. So clearly this is something that he has been upset about. He also issued a statement saying that he does not want the Rajya Sabha to become an epicenter of chaos, and he has seen how democracy is failing in different countries, and he wants the parliament to function as an important part of democracy. Jaya Bachchan, of course, was very visibly upset. She came out and she protested, and she was accompanied by several MPs from the India bloc, including Sonia Gandhi. And Jaya Bachchan said that, she is an artist and she knows to identify language that is sort of objectionable and disrespectful. And she says that several unparliamentary words are being used, such as buddhihin and nuisance, which have never been used before, which is why she is concerned. And she raised this. Of course, Congress also held a press conference, and they said that they also support her in this, and of course they also condemned what they see was not good behavior from the part of the chairperson of the Rajya Sabha. But of course the BJP is very clear that there was nothing wrong in the way the chairperson conducted the house, and they have also, in fact, JP Nadda, the floor leader, the leader of the house for the BJP in Rajya Sabha for the BJP, also moved censure motion, and then this censure motion will, of course, we'll have to wait and see what really happens. But clearly this war of words is going to just intensify in the coming sessions, given the nature of the parliament. The numbers have really changed now.
Right. All right, Vasudha, thanks so much for joining us with that. And news now from Karnataka, where Mysuru has become the land of rallies. The MHADA scam in the state has triggered protests and counter-protests between the BJP and the ruling Congress. While the ball is still in the governor's court, the political slugfest continues in Mysuru with rallies, statements and complaints. Pratibha Raman reports.
Karnataka's Mysuru is now the land of rallies. A day before the culmination event of the Padayatra launched by the BJP-JDS, the Congress decided to hold a show of strength on the same ground. At the event, the Congress attacked opposition leaders.
See, ಈ 82 ವಯಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ಹೆಣ್ಣುಮಗಳು ಇದನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ಫೋಕ್ಸೋ ಕೇಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಶೀಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅವರು ನನ್ನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ವಾಟ್ ಮಾರಲ್ ರೈಟ್ ಹಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ?
The Congress also trained its guns at former PM HD Devegowda's family. Flex banners across several locations in the city claimed to show how the family had acquired land through MHADA. JDS's HD Kumarasamy was quick to warn the Congress.
ಹುಷಾರು ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್, ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ಗಳು ಬರ್ತವೆ, ಯಾವಾಗ ನಾವು ತೆಗೆದಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಭೂಮಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬದುಕಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ಗಳು ಶುರು ಆಯ್ತವೆ. ಆಯ್ತು, ರೇವಣ್ಣನ ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನ ಹಾಕ್ಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನೇನು ಮಾಡಿದಿರಲ್ಲ, ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರನ್ನು ಕಳಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಭಗವಂತ ನಿರ್ಧಾರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾನಾಯ್ತು.
Meanwhile, the BJP-JDS's Mysore Chalo Padayatra, demanding the resignation of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah over the MHADA case and a CBI inquiry into the matter, ends tomorrow with a grand rally. Despite the political uproar in Karnataka CM's backyard, Mysuru, the ball is in the court of the governor, who will soon decide on whether Chief Minister Siddaramaiah must be prosecuted in the alleged MHADA land scam case. With camera person Kumar, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
And with that, it's a wrap from me. News updates continue on NDTV. Do keep watching.
Welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now,
hello and welcome to this very special edition of The Last Word. I'm Osama Shab. It has been a mixed campaign for India at the Paris Olympics. It has been a mix of thrilling victories and historic achievements. Some big names at the biggest stage with the biggest performances of their lives. But more importantly, showing a big heart. India's medal tally stands at 5. India has won 4 bronze and 1 silver. There have been a few outstanding stories, including that of India's wall in hockey, PR Shrijesh, as well as the entire hockey team that managed to win consecutive medals at the Summer Games after 1972, 52 years after we have managed to do that. Now then, there is Neeraj Chopra, India's golden boy. He brought home India's first silver medal at the Paris Olympics, in the process becoming the first Indian track and field athlete to win 2 medals at the Olympics. There was Swapnil Kushali, who won a bronze for India at the 50-meter rifle 3 position event. And how can we forget Manu Bhaker? 2 Olympic medals at the same event, becoming the second Indian woman after PV Sindhu to win 2 Olympic medals and the first Indian athlete to win 2 medals at the same edition of the Games. The Indian athletes, they gave their best, opening new fronts at the Summer Games, especially when you take the case of Vinesh Phogat, who became the first Indian woman to reach the final in wrestling. She has not just managed to reach the finals, but she in fact beat the likes of the Olympic champion, the European champion, and then the Pan-American champion. It was a heartbreaking end to her journey after she was disqualified for failing to make weight before her final. Then there is Avinash Mukund Sabli, who became the first Indian man to reach the finals of a 3,000-meter steeplechase. Now, apart from all the good things that happened for India at these games, it was also a case of near misses for India. On 7 occasions, Indian athletes, they finished on that dreaded 4th position. That's 7 possible Olympic medals more. And that brings us to the question, what more could Indian athletes have done so as to have better results? Now, there has been a few criticism of the players as well. Justified or not, this is open to discussion and interpretation. In fact, we heard somebody like the legendary Prakash Padukone, who was visibly upset after Lakshya Sen's loss. Let's listen into first what he had to say.
He played well, but of course I'm a little disappointed. He couldn't finish it. Yesterday also he was in a winning position in the first game. It would have probably made a difference yesterday itself. Today also I think after winning the first, he was leading 8-3 in the second. So he's always been a little uncomfortable playing on the faster side, from the faster side, or playing with the wind. So I think he needs to work a little more on that. Few areas definitely we need to work on. There's no doubt about that. While we are happy with his performance, I'm a little disappointed that we couldn't get even one medal from badminton. We have, like I said earlier, I think we were contenders. I won't say definite medalists, but we were contenders for three medals. So at least one I would have been happy. Of course, I'm personally disappointed. But having said that, I think this time, the government, the SAI, the foundations, tops, everybody has done their bit. So, I have nothing against. I don't think anybody could have done anything more than, what the government has done, the sports ministry, SAI, tops, and all the OGQ. And so I think it's high time the players also need to take some responsibility.
Well, sharp criticism there from the former world #1 in badminton. While there has been criticism, the people of India have celebrated with all their heart, especially the families of these athletes. Let's take a look.
ये बिल्कुल दूसरे ओलंपिक में भी हम मेडल जीत पाए हैं जावलिन में, ये हमारे लिए बड़ी खुशी की बात है। लगातार हम लोग दूसरे देशों को फाइट दे रहे हैं, ये बहुत अच्छी बात है।
I was really happy. I was expecting from him, as the Indian team got the second bronze medal also. It is very good news. As in the finals, I was heartbroken really because they lose, but it was okay.
Actually, words cannot express the pride and joy that I feel now. Achieving a bronze medal for India in the retirement match is truly a reward for his passion and dedication for hockey. And I'm actually speechless. We all are proud of him. He had made us happy in so many unforgettable moments. We all are proud of him.
तो सच्ची में देखने लायक था। आप उस टाइम पे थे नहीं, वो तो अलग ही पल था। तो वो खुशी मतलब जब एकदम निकलती है ना, वो फिर दोबारा से नहीं निकलती। अचानक अंदर से बाहर झलकती है वो तो अलग ही पल होता है।
Well, fantastic reactions from the families of these athletes. In fact, before we try and understand what happened at the Paris Olympics, how did India fare at these games, let's first go across to my colleague Rika, who's there in Paris, and try and get a sense of what she thinks of the overall campaign for Team India. Rika, what is your assessment of how we have performed in these editions of the games? And you have been mentioning this. It is a case of near misses for Team India this time around.
Well, it has been a case of many near misses for Team India this time around. They were so close to winning these medals that they have lost 6 times. In fact, we have finished in the 4th position. And it's across sports from shooting to a sport like archery. And then in badminton, we've come so close. And even an experienced hand like Mirabai Chanu in weightlifting, we couldn't get over the finish line. Or some are 2 things. This really goes on to show the caliber of the Indian athletes, how good they are at the world stage, and how keen and tough competitors they are. If they were not competing so keenly, if they were not giving tough competition, even 4th place wouldn't have been garnered by India. It's not that they have given up the fight easily. They fought very hard, but if you see the margin by which they lost, they were very narrow. Now, what we need to introspect is that how do we close the gap? There's a thin line between being on the podium and not being on the podium. 0.01. You look up Manu Bhakar's losses. Those near misses, I mean, some of it we can pin down to luck. The others, probably the athlete tried, but they couldn't pull up that last moment magic. They needed a last moment magic. And I wouldn't say that it's all about the athlete and athlete's hard work, while Prakash Padukone says that the athlete has to be accountable. I also think that the athlete needs to be accountable given how much support they are getting from the government, from the other agencies in India today. But I also think they need support in terms of uh, psychologists and
All right.
your Indian hockey team that finally led them to beat Australia. That finally led them to beat Australia that match and then hold out for 44 minutes against Britain with one man. So it wasn't really easy for the Indian team, Indian hockey team to line and
All right. We'll try and get Rika back to understand what this basically means for India, the Indian contingent, as well as the entire campaign and how it went for Team India. But I'm currently joined by our guests at this time, Dilip Turkey, the president of Hockey India, Dr. Krishna Punia. She is an Olympian, international gold medalist, Indian discus thrower. She is a track and field athlete, two-time Olympics participant, Padma Shri and Arjuna Award recipient, president of the Rajasthan State Sports Council as well. We also will be joined by Geetika Jakhar. She's India's first Arjuna Awardee woman wrestler, and we also have Kushangi Roy, a sports psychologist here. Let me start by asking Dilip Turkey, sir. I want to understand what happened with the hockey team, and it has been a stellar campaign for our hockey bravehearts. A bronze medal is a fantastic result. We could have played in the final. It was a near miss against Germany in the semis. How do you look at the performance of the team and an overview of India's campaign as a whole, sir?
Thank you so much. सबसे पहले तो मैं कहना चाहूँगा इंडियन टीम का परफॉर्मेंस सबका एक ही टारगेट था कि ओलंपिक्स मेडल टैली में आने, और मेरा भी विश्वास था कि टीम का परफॉर्मेंस डे बाय डे इम्प्रूव होती जाएगी। जिस हिसाब से लीग मैच में टीम ने परफॉर्म की, हालांकि कुछ मैच में टीम के स्टैंडर्ड के हिसाब से परफॉर्म कर नहीं पाए थे, लेकिन बाद में उन्होंने पिकअप किया और कई सारे मैचेस में शानदार परफॉर्मेंस किए। जो हमारे जो खिलाड़ी हैं, स्पेशल मैं कहूँ श्रीजेश, हरमन, अमित रोहिदास, मनप्रीत, मनदीप, अभिषेक, जितने भी यंग खिलाड़ी हैं, सबने अपने अपने लेवल पे शानदार परफॉर्मेंस दिए हैं। और स्पेशली मैं कहूँगा लीग मैंने जो आप कह रहे थे ऑस्ट्रेलिया के साथ, हालांकि ऑस्ट्रेलिया टीम एक बेहतरीन टीम में मानी जाती है, लेकिन उसके साथ जो परफॉर्मेंस देखने को मिला ना जवाब, एक्सीलेंट परफॉर्मेंस। उसके बाद टीम में और कॉन्फिडेंस आ गई। और स्पेशली मैं कहूँगा क्वार्टर फाइनल मैच ग्रेट ब्रिटेन के साथ, इंग्लैंड के साथ, मेरे ख्याल से 43-45 मिनट्स 10 खिलाड़ियों के साथ मैच खेलना मॉडर्न हॉकी में काफ़ी मुश्किल है, लेकिन खिलाड़ियों ने सबने अमित रोहिदास को रेड कार्ड होने के बाद जो परफॉर्मेंस देखने को मिला, एक्सीलेंट। हालांकि हम अटैकिंग गेम कार्ड मिलने के बाद कर नहीं पाए, लेकिन डिफेंसिव मोड में जिस हिसाब से ऑर्गेनाइज किया गया, जिस हिसाब से सब खिलाड़ियों ने मेहनत किया, लास्ट मोमेंट तक किसी खिलाड़ी ने छोड़ा नहीं कि हम किसी खिलाड़ी फील होने नहीं दिया कि हम ये मैच हम लूज करने जा रहे हैं या एक खिलाड़ी के बगैर हम खेल रहे हैं। किसी खिलाड़ी को ये महसूस नहीं हुआ और सब एक साथ एक स्पिरिट के साथ 10 खिलाड़ियों के साथ खेले। और इम्पोर्टेंट बात ये रहा उस मैच में कि हमारे जो गोलकीपर श्रीजेश ने एक्सीलेंट परफॉर्मेंस, कई सारे सेव, वर्ल्ड क्लास सेव उन्होंने किए हैं उसमें।
Absolutely, sir.
और
yes, absolutely. And you very rightly put it, sir, that the mental toughness that Team India has shown, especially in hockey, is something that that is going to go down in history, especially their battle with Australia as well as Great Britain. Before I come back to you and we'll talk about a little bit more about hockey, I also want to go across to Dr. Krishna Punia. Dr. Punia, as far as athletics is concerned, what has been your assessment of our performance this time around?
ओसामा जी, सबसे पहले तो मैं सबको बहुत बहुत बधाई देती हूँ। और दलीप जी यहाँ बैठे हैं तो हॉकी के आप फॉर्मर प्लेयर रहे हैं, आपको भी हॉकी के लिए बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बधाई। अगर मैं देखती हूँ एथलेटिक के लिए तो बहुत शानदार मैं रिजल्ट कह सकती हूँ, कुछ एथलीट्स को छोड़कर। क्योंकि कई बार क्या होता है कि जो आम आदमी है वो ये सोचता है कि मेडल ही सब कुछ होता है, लेकिन किसी भी फाइनल पायदान पे पहुंचने के लिए स्टेप बाय स्टेप हमें जाना होता है। और हमारे एथलीट्स का बेस्ट परफॉर्मेंस देना, या फिर जो इंडिया में परफॉर्मेंस दे के जा रहे थे वो परफॉर्मेंस देना, तो ये गुड साइन है। और नीरज ने जिस तरीके से दूसरे ओलंपिक में रजत पदक जीता है, और हमें जो मेन रिले है 400 मीटर रिले, उसमें भी हमें होप है कि वो हमारा जो रिले है वो हमें कुछ पॉजिटिव गुड वाइब्स हमें ज़रूर देगा, जिससे कि हम देश को मान सम्मान दिला सकें। तो ओवरऑल अगर मैं देखती हूँ एथलेटिक का स्टैंडर्ड काफ़ी बढ़ा है और बहुत अच्छा रिजल्ट है। कॉम्पिटिशन्स काफ़ी एथलीट्स जो हैं ओलंपिक के अलावा और भी जब वो खेलते हैं तो उनका कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल, बड़े गेम ओलंपिक है या एथलेटिक वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप है, एशियन गेम्स हैं, कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स हैं, तो इनमें काफ़ी सुधार हमारे हुआ है। और ओलंपिक में एथलेटिक में लगातार दूसरा पदक आना ये बहुत बड़ी बिग अचीवमेंट है, क्योंकि एथलेटिक को मदर गेम माना गया है। और ये जो गेम है वर्ल्ड वाइड आप देखेंगे तो सबसे ज़्यादा खेला जाता है। और ऐसे में भारत का जो प्रदर्शन है वो बहुत अच्छा रहा है। और आगामी जो ओलंपिक रहेंगे उसमें हमें लगता है कि मेडल जो है और ज़्यादा बढ़ेंगे।
डॉक्टर पुनिया, एक कमाल की चीज़ ये भी हुई है कि नीरज चोपड़ा ने, despite the fact that he has won silver, he has set the standard so high for India that it's not enough that it is just a silver for India. And ek tarah se it is incredible for Indian athletics. Because it sends out a message that we are not satisfied with just a medal, but also the color of the medal matters as well. What do you have to say about that? And is it also to do with the change in mindset of these athletes?
ओसामा जी, मैं हमेशा से कहती रही हूँ कि जब तक इंडिया में पार्टिसिपेशन लेवल अच्छा नहीं बढ़ेगा, उनका स्टैंडर्ड अच्छा नहीं बढ़ेगा, तो हम इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे अच्छा नहीं कर पाएंगे। अभी आप देखेंगे जेवलिन का जो स्टैंडर्ड है इंडिया का बहुत अच्छा हुआ है। ओवर 80 मीटर हमारे पास काफ़ी एथलीट्स हैं। तो इस इंडिया में जब वो आपस में कंपटीशन अच्छा दे रहे हैं तो आप कह सकते हैं कि जैसे पहले क्या होता था, एक एथलीट ने क्वालिफाई किया और उसका कन्फर्म हो जाता था कि मैं तो ओलंपिक जा ही रहा हूँ। लेकिन अब हमारे एथलीट जब 3-4 के करीब अगर क्वालिफाई कर देते हैं या 5-6 कर देते हैं, तो उससे क्या होगा कि पहले कंपटीशन उनका इंडिया में ही होगा फाइनली ओलंपिक जाने के लिए। तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि उससे उनका स्टैंडर्ड जो है वो बढ़ेगा। और जो बात अकेली जेवलिन पे नहीं कहना चाहूँगी, क्या है कि हम ओलंपिक के टाइम सिर्फ ओलंपिक के मेडल की बात करते हैं, उसमें कलर की बात करते हैं कि नहीं ब्रोंज नहीं आना चाहिए था, सिल्वर आया है या गोल्ड आना चाहिए था। कई बार डे होता है एथलीट का। बाकी मैं ये कहना चाहूँगी कि ओलंपिक जैसे गेम के अंदर थ्रोज में है या जंप्स में है या कोई भी गेम जो फाइनल है इवेंट में, बेस्ट 8 में आने वाला एथलीट मेडल से कम नहीं होता है। और लेकिन वो ये है कि मेडल तो 3 ही है, वो किसी 3 को मिलेंगे। तो स्टैंडर्ड इतना हाई है, बेस्ट 8 में आने वाला एथलीट वो मेडल के करीब होता है। और अगर हमें ज़्यादा मेडल हमारे देश को जीतने हैं तो इसके लिए हमें पार्टिसिपेशन लेवल काफ़ी ग्रास रूट लेवल पे ज़्यादा बढ़ाना पड़ेगा। तब जाके हम और बेहतर कर सकते हैं।
Absolutely agree. I'm also joined by Geetika Jakar, India's first Arjun awardee wrestler. Ma'am, apart from the heartbreak of Vinesh Phogat, she almost won a medal for India. She still might. We never know, as the hearing is still underway. But how do you think we have fared in wrestling this time around? And why I'm asking this is because wrestling has been one of those disciplines where India has banked on with respect to getting a medal. How do you see this particular campaign for Team India, especially with wrestling?
जी देखिए, जैसे कि 2008 से जो रेसलिंग है हर बार ही ओलंपिक्स में मेडल दे रही है। सो रेसलिंग इज आई थिंक अ फेवरेट स्पोर्ट नाउ। और इस बार हमारी जैसे कि 5 जो है हमारी फीमेल रेसलर्स compete कर रही है, एक मेल रेसलर है। और उनका सबका ऑलमोस्ट मेरे ख्याल से अचीव जो परफॉर्मेंस रहा है बहुत अच्छा रहा है। जैसे कि आपने देखा विनेश का अबाउट, मतलब चाहे बेशक मेडल वो उसका जो है कुछ भी रीजन, जो उसका वेट का रीजन रहा हो या जैसे भी, लेकिन हमारे लिए शी इज मेडलिस्ट, शी इज ओलंपिक मेडलिस्ट। सो उसे नहीं मान करके, उसके लिए नहीं सोच करके, हमें पॉजिटिव एस्पेक्ट अगर हम देखें तो विनेश आज के दिन ओलंपिक्स की वर्ल्ड की नंबर 1 प्लेयर, और उसके अलावा जैसे आज अमन है, ही इज ऑल्सो he will compete for a bronze medal today. So उसको भी मेरी बहुत शुभकामनाएं, और वी होप कि उसको ब्रॉन्ज मेडल मिले। और उसके अलावा भी जो है हमारा बहुत इस बार मेल रेसलर्स इतना पार्टिसिपेशन नहीं है, बट फीमेल रेसलर्स का पार्टिसिपेशन पिछले हर ओलंपिक से ज्यादा है। और हम रेसलिंग को आगे आने वाले समय में भी बहुत बेहतरीन स्पोर्ट और ओलंपिक लेवल पर मेडल्स के उसमें हम देखते हैं।
Absolutely, ma'am. And I'm also joined by Kushangi Roy. Kushangi, we saw many near misses at these games, and there is obviously a mental side to it as well. As a sports psychologist, I want to understand from you: is it mental blockade? What exactly is it?
I think we're looking at a case of a lot of training, a lot of our eggs being put in the basket of physical training. But if one saw closely the players and the differences between the other players from different countries, we will see that there is a tenacity that certainly expresses itself in sportsmanship. We cannot deny that with the Indian battalion this time.
Yeah.
But I do think that there is a certain amount of resilience that Indian players still lack. And I've heard a lot of near misses in association with athletes. I don't think that it is the athletes. I think that they're doing a very good job. They're phenomenal. Glorious victories, glorious games and losses. There's no problem with that. But I think the limitation is mental conditioning. We have coaches that are speaking harshly. We have socioeconomic conditions that are not being considered. We have athletes, international athletes, who are mindful enough to be able to actually, how do we say it, make TikTok versions of, their Olympic endings to their games. We don't see that in Indian players yet. So clearly there is a stress that is going unnoticed, and there is a lot of pressure because of lack of exposure as well, of course. The Indian cricket team is extremely exposed to playing with huge Indian crowds, but the other players, they don't really have such grand tournaments. They don't have such grand exposure to different kinds of individuals in the crowd and so on. A good example will be Lakshya Sen playing. There was so much last-minute interruption and his taking his shots. I think that's a good example for us to see that stress management is a problem, and it's not solely a problem of the athletes. It is a systemic error.
Absolutely. That is a fantastic point that you have made there, Kushangi. Dilip ji, I want to understand from you, 2 bronze places finish. What do you feel should be the next step for Indian hockey to take it a notch up? And next time around, when we go to LA Games, it is not a bronze, but a different color of the medal.
पर्सनली मैं काफी खुश हूँ पेरिस ओलंपिक से, टीम का परफॉर्मेंस से। देखिए लास्ट ओलंपिक्स में बेल्जियम चैंपियन हुआ था, रनर्स अप सिल्वर मेडलिस्ट टीम ऑस्ट्रेलिया थी, लेकिन इस बार दोनों टीम बाहर होगी क्वार्टर फाइनल में, और इंडिया इस पर सेमीफाइनल में आके दोबारा बैक टू बैक ब्रॉन्ज मेडल जीती है। तो टीम का परफॉर्मेंस काफी डे बाय डे इम्प्रूव कर रहे हैं, हर एक खिलाड़ी मेहनत कर रहे हैं। हमारे फ्लिकर्स, हरमन और बाकी जितने भी खिलाड़ी हैं फिटनेस लेके सभी एरियाज में डेवलप करें। लेकिन अब हमें ध्यान में रखना होगा कि अभी फ्यूचर में कई सारे इवेंट हैं, एशियन चैंपियन ट्रॉफी, उसके बाद हमें तैयारी करने की जरूरत है। काफी इम्पोर्टेंट एशियन गेम्स, वर्ल्ड कप, यहाँ तक कि 2028 ओलंपिक्स के लिए प्रिपरेशन के लिए भी हम लोग प्लान कर रहे हैं, सोच रहे हैं। ताकि आज हमें मालूम हो गया कि हम आज वर्ल्ड की किसी भी टीम को हम बीट कर सकते हैं, किसी भी चैंपियनशिप में हम मेडल टैली में आ सकते हैं। तो एक खिलाड़ियों में और टीम में जो कॉन्फिडेंस आ गया है, ये काफी बड़ी बात है।
Absolutely, sir. Very rightly said that we have shown the world, especially all the big teams of the world, that we are here. We are here to compete and we are here to win, and that is what we have done. One final word from you, Dr. Punia. How do you? What do you think should be the next step for athletics in particular, where we have seen so many players, so many athletes who are now competing at the international level, but we are yet to cross that final frontier. What do you feel, according to you, is that final step?
ऑफ कोर्स जेवलिन तो हमारा स्ट्रॉन्ग इवेंट ही है ही, लेकिन मैं ये कह सकती हूँ कि रिले जो है वो काफ़ी अच्छा है, जंपर्स अच्छे हैं, स्टेपल चेज में हम लोगों ने काफ़ी अच्छा किया है, तो ये जो डिस्टेंस हैं हमारे साथ ये काफ़ी अच्छा हमारे यंगस्टर अच्छे कर रहे हैं। तो नेक्स्ट स्टेप में मुझे यही लग रहा है कि इनमें से भी हम आगे नेक्स्ट जो ओलंपिक रहेगा उसमें बहुत अच्छा कर सकते हैं। हमारी स्ट्रेंथ जिन गेम में जिन भी इवेंट में अच्छी है उसके ऊपर हमें काम करना चाहिए, और मुझे लगता है कि एलए के लिए हमें अभी से तैयारी पे लग जाना चाहिए ताकि हम जो मेडल की संख्या है वो भी बढ़ा सकें और जो कलर है वो भी बढ़ा सकें।
Absolutely, ma'am. And thank you everyone for being a part of the show and discussing India's campaign at the Paris Olympics. It was a case of near misses, but obviously we celebrate every single victory for Team India. In fact, and finally, the mothers of Neeraj Chopra and Arshad Nadeem, they are winning hearts. First, Neeraj Chopra's mother said that she is happy with the silver and that Arshad too is like her son, and sentiments were replicated across the border by Arshad's mother as well. Listen in.
नहीं जान तो बहुत खुश है, हमने तो सिल्वर भी गोल्ड वर्गा लग रहा है, गोल्ड उसका आएगा वो भी मारा लड़का जी मेहनत करके सब जा रहे थोड़ा बहुत ज़्यादा फाउल हो गए, कोई बात नहीं जी, ये तो तीनों हुए हैं बच्चे के खिलाड़ी के। आप लोग खुश हो? कोई बात नहीं, खुश है जमा पूरे खुश है। पिछली बार आया था तो फेवरेट खाना बनाया था। हाँ जी, फेवरेट खाना जरूर बनाएंगे, आओगे जी फेवरेट जरूर बनाएंगे।
नीरज चोपड़ा से वो जीते हैं, तो नीरज चोपड़ा के बारे में क्या कहेंगे? वो अर्शद से हार गए हैं।
नहीं बेटा, वो भी मेरे बेटे अर्शद नदीम का भी दोस्त भी है और भाई भी है, तो वो हार जीत तो अपने किस्मत की होती है, और वो भी मेरा बेटा है। इंशाल्लाह ताला कहते होंगे उसनों भी कामयाब करे अल्लाह मियाँ, उसनों भी मेडल जीतन की तौफीक देगा, और दोनों भाई से उन्होंने भी दोस्त भी थे, और मैं उसके लिए भी दुआ करती हूँ।
Fantastic reactions from both the mothers of those champions. That's all we have for you on this show. Keep watching NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code. And driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Though a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating.
Hello everyone, this is The Big Fight and I'm Maria Shakil. In past 1 week, Bangladesh has seen great turmoil. Sheikh Hasina fled the country and landed in New Delhi as student protests forced a regime change. Now an interim government has taken charge, led by the Nobel laureate Muhammad Yunus. There has been violence, vandalism and rioting. And there is hope that things will return to normal with a new government at the helm. But the tectonic change in Dhaka has left New Delhi concerned. First, the question of Sheikh Hasina's future. She's staying put in Delhi for now with no clarity on her future and final destination. Then there is the question of how will the new reality impact the India-Bangladesh ties, which saw an upswing under Sheikh Hasina. The deposed Prime Minister was a steadfast ally of New Delhi and trade and ties bloomed under her. On the show tonight, we have a stellar lineup to discuss the impact of the Bangladesh turmoil on India, on Delhi-Dhaka ties, and the big question, what next for Sheikh Hasina? Joining me on the show, we have Dr. Shashi Tharoor, Member of Parliament of the Congress Party. We also have Harshvardhan Shringla, former Foreign Secretary. Swapan Das Gupta, former BJP MP and columnist, is joining us. From London, we have Mr. Sair, who is an investigative journalist. Shamsher Chaudhary, former Foreign Secretary of Bangladesh. Dr. Tasneem Siddiqui, welcome on the show again, ma'am. Professor from the University of Dhaka. We have Anjit Sen, International Affairs expert. Brahmachalani, our very own expert here in India, Strategic Affairs expert. And we'll be joined by Sajib Wazid, Sheikh Hasina's son, shortly. Dr. Tharoor, beginning with you. The interim government in Bangladesh is already in shape. There was a lot of speculation about the role of Jamaat and other political parties. I think we have a fair understanding of how the interim government looks like. As an Indian and someone who has, who understands Bangladesh and its politics and diplomacy at the larger level, how do you look at the India-Bangladesh ties now?
Look, I start off with the premise that our fundamental interest lies in close and friendly relations with Bangladesh. Our basic commitment is to the well-being of the Bangladeshi people. The Bangladeshi state comes second, and any individual Bangladeshi leader comes third. That would be my starting point. We are with the people of Bangladesh. We were with them in 1971. We've been with them through thick and thin, even when they had governments in charge of their state who were less than friendly to us. We've managed to keep our relationship on an even keel, more or less, and certainly there should be no deterioration in that relationship in the time to come. The interim government, as far as I'm concerned, is not any cause for anxiety on India's part, in that Mr. Mohammad Yunus is a known commodity. I've certainly known him personally. Many other Indian leaders have come across him internationally in various capacities. He's a highly respected figure. And if anything, I suppose he is somewhat close to Washington rather than being seen as close to the Jamaat-e-Islami or the Pakistani ISI or any of those figures. In fact, if you look at the overall composition of this interim government, not all the figures are very well known here, but there doesn't seem to be any particular reason for India to feel any anxiety about countries hostile to us having put their stamp on this interim government. The big concern has always been whether Pakistan and China will fish in troubled waters. I know our government can't speak this kind of language, but as a member of the opposition, I can be frank with you. And in this kind of context, there is always a possibility that the Pakistani ISI could have had a hand in some of the outrageous incidents of violence that happened during the agitation. There's always a possibility that the Chinese, who have a strong presence in Bangladesh, might have seen this as an opportunity to expand their influence. Those are the kinds of things that people watching relations in the subcontinent are most concerned about. But certainly, there is no indication of anything in the composition of the interim government or the initial statements of Mr. Yunus that would give us any cause for worry. Mr. Yunus has talked about peace, calm, stability, protection of minorities. All of this should be music to our ears.
You know, there are talks of attack on minorities. Do you think that the government of India has to raise it more vehemently, the concerns, because the attacks and violence is only continuing?
If we had not helped her, it would have been a disgrace for India. And nobody would have wanted to be our friend if this is how if we had treated our friend badly. No, I think Sheikh Hasina has had relationships with all Indian leaders, both of the present government and of the opposition. She is a friend of India's and India is a friend of hers. And when a friend is in trouble, you don't look twice before you help them come out of their trouble, bring them and keep them safe and so on. And that's exactly what India has done. I applaud the government for doing it. In fact, I would have wanted nothing less. As an Indian, I think that we have certain standards we must stand for in the world, and the government has done the right thing to bring her here and ensure her safety. For how long she wishes to remain, that's not for us. You don't call someone to your house and then ask them, when are you leaving? So my own view is we wait and see how long she would feel that she can stay before she moves on. And I think that there are practical considerations that will always come in the way of any moving to any other country. There are visa considerations and other issues that have to be borne in mind. For now, she is with us, and I think we should be proud of the fact that we have stood by a friend when her personal safety was in danger.
Okay, that's actually very beautifully put, Dr. Tharoor, that Sheikh Hasina is our friend and she's our guest. But talking about the attack on minorities, do you think that the government has to be more vehement in raising concerns around it?
No, look, I mean, there are conflicting reports coming out of Bangladesh. There certainly have been some attacks, and no one can deny that. No one should deny that. It's a fact. There are reports coming and people have been killed. Facilities like the ISKCON temple have been vandalized. All of this is undoubtedly the case. At the same time, there is no doubt that there are also stories coming out of Bangladeshi Muslims guarding Hindu homes and temples and so on. So there's a bit of good news also during all the bad news. And Professor Yunus's statement that the government stands by the minorities and urges people to be calm and to stop the acts of violence, that's a very good sign. I think any continuing violence will be definitely instigated by those elements in Bangladeshi society who have traditionally been anti-Indian, anti-Hindu, and who frankly will do whatever it takes to create the kind of conditions of disorder that may give them an opportunity to come again and fish in troubled waters, as we were saying. But for now, I don't believe there's anyone in authority in Bangladesh who wants to see that situation continue. And with Professor Yunus's clear and unequivocal language, and of course, his ability to ask the military to start getting involved in reimposing law and order, we hopefully will get some peace. One challenge is, of course, the military made it clear to Sheikh Hasina that they will not fire on any protesters, and that presumably will apply even to the agitators and vandals. But they can presumably take steps, tear gas, water cannon, I don't know, the things you can always do to restore law and order, even if you don't want to shoot at people, which by and large is my view as well, that we should not have law and order forces shooting at civilians.
All right, Dr. Tharoor, appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us. Let me bring in other guests. And Dr. Tasneem Siddiqui, how are the events unfolding in Dhaka?
First of all, I must say, from Dr. Shashi Tharoor's, address, what for the first time I get is that things are getting better just after when you have a revolution. It's a student upheaval up to, you can call it a student's revolution to change, reform the whole system, which has been a corrupt, fake election and taking people into places where for 10 years they were kept underground, any dissent. So from that type of situation, you can't come out through a formal, regular way. So there was a certain unrest just after when Sheikh Hasina resigned and left. There were some unrest, but within days, you have seen how even the students have cleaned the whole, people have done certain damage and other things into roads, into different constructions. So they have cleaned those themselves. And then traffic is maintained by them. And now when Dr. Yunus is in the helm, and it has already developed an interim government with his cabinet, and I think things are looking much better.
Things are looking much better. Shamsher Chaudhary, as former Foreign Secretary of Bangladesh, are you equally optimistic? And what are your expectations of the ties with India?
Well, not just being a former Foreign Secretary, as a freedom fighter and a wounded freedom fighter, I always am optimistic about my country. We have in the past also gone through different kinds of problems, military governments, elected autocratic governments, flawed elections, people's disillusionment with the election process, and we have come out of it. So I think Dr. Shashi Tharoor typically articulated the situation very well, and he put it in the right perspective, that the relationship should not be with a person, with a family, or with one party, but we should be people of Bangladesh. And that's what I expect from someone like Dr. Tharoor. This morning, I spent a pretty long time with the Indian High Commissioner here to get a feel of the things, and we were exchanging opinions, and I am known to be a friend of India, both as a Foreign Secretary and a freedom fighter. And his language was nowhere near what you are trying to say, that things are totally broken down, is a meltdown situation. He was much more composed, much more confident that things were bad. It's not just minorities, what is the sense of trying to vandalize Bangabandhu Museum? I don't see any sense in that. I don't see any sense in burning anybody's house, anybody's property, regardless of what religion he or she follows. Bangabandhu's museum should be above any debate, any discourse. This kind of vandalism is certainly not expected, but I suspect that people who are doing this have been against or have not been comfortable with the independence of Bangladesh or breakaway from Bangladesh, from Pakistan. And they took advantage of a very fluid, uncertain situation after the former Prime Minister left until the new interim government took office, a gap of 2 or 3 days. They took advantage of that. The other problem is that because of the total breakdown of trust between our police and the public, because of the police activities of shooting people in cold blood, especially of the last 1 month, the people didn't want, the police also were afraid to come out, they didn't come. And now they have been called back. The new Inspector General of Police has been appointed. He has met the President, and increasingly the police personnel are going back to their thanas. I guess a very crash program process will be employed to recruit more police immediately, which is because the first priority in Bangladesh for the interim government is security.
Yes.
And safety of the public and the property. That is the first priority.
Yes.
And Professor Yunus has made that very, very clear. The interim government has made that very clear.
And priority...
So things are falling in place.
Yes. Things are falling in place. On that very positive note, let me also bring in Sair, who operates with the name Sami on Twitter. So Sair, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. But looking at the developments here, there's optimism, certainly, which is being sounded by people from Dhaka. As someone who has been, watching the developments very closely yourself, the role of Muhammad Yunus becomes very, very critical at this juncture.
Right. You're very correct. And I think before I point on the role of Muhammad Yunus, I should also mention a more detail that what has actually brought us to this juncture, like why we are facing this event in Bangladesh right now. I have always said before that India as a bigger neighbor, India as a large democratic country who are around us and who are very good friends with the people of Bangladesh and the state. I feel that if India played its role correctly, today we would not actually see something like this happen in Bangladesh. If you go back, you would see that there are elections where only Indian embassy or the Indian High Commission would praise highly. Now, like, I'm very glad that Mr. Shringla is present here today. So I can actually see that in 2018, we had a very controversial election where votes were rigged. People are not really participating in the election. Ballot boxes were stuffed with fake votes. Before the election, Mr. Shringla said, we do not really interfere in a country's electoral process. It is their internal matter. But just after the election happened and all the reports emerged that it was a sham election, it was a very controversial election, it was absolute looting. He commented that it's a very nice election, people participated from all walks of life, where absolutely nobody said this kind of word. So, being the Indian envoy, when you show that you are supporting a government that is involved in vote rigging, that is involved in curtailing people's democratic rights, then what do you expect? People will, of course, get furious. Even this election, the last one, it was not participatory, but Indian High Commission people praised the election, that it was a participatory election. So if India played its role correctly, and of course India have massive influence on Bangladesh statecraft, why they did not do that? And now Muhammad Yunus, as he is here, we know Mr. Yunus very well, the entire world respects him. So there is no doubt that he will do his best to take the country to the correct route. But the situation in Bangladesh, of course, remains a bit fragile. At this moment, there are some sporadic attacks across. But I'm sure that now, as the new government have sworn in, things are going to be calm and quiet pretty soon.
Okay. Brahmachalani, as a strategic affairs expert, what are your thoughts, particularly about Delhi's dilemma?
Well, India, of course, faces a dilemma because India is the geographical hub of South Asia. It has borders with all the other South Asian countries, land borders and sea frontiers. and political disarray in any neighboring country directly impinges on Indian security. India has porous borders with Bangladesh. It has open borders with Nepal and Bhutan. So any development in Bangladesh, for example, this kind of violent upheaval that we have seen directly impinges on Indian security interests. But I think as far as Bangladesh is concerned, let me point out that Bangladesh now faces some challenging times ahead. You know, all this talk about revolution, that some Bangladeshis, they're using the term revolution. This was quite a violent upheaval. And today, as Bangladesh comes out of this crisis, it faces some challenging times. The first challenge is restoring law and order after the shocking lawlessness. The revenge killings of Awami League leaders and activists and the attacks on religious minorities, especially Hindus, have not yet stopped. In fact, the retribution campaign is likely to extend to purges in various institutions with the aim of ousting supposed Awami League loyalists. Such a purge has already happened in the top ranks of the army, with one general dismissed this week and several other generals transferred. The second challenge, which is even in fact a bigger challenge, is to revive economic activity, which is at a virtual standstill. It won't be easy to restore the confidence of foreign investors after the large-scale looting, vandalism, and arson, including attacks on public infrastructure and setting ablaze hotels, hospitals, and homes. Much of the Hasina era was a boom time for Bangladesh economy. Not only is the boom time over, the already stagnating Bangladesh economy has taken a major hit, with foreign exchange reserves dwindling rapidly. Now, this is a reminder that political upheaval imposes major economic costs. Consider the example of Pakistan, which has repeatedly sought IMF bailouts in recent years. And like in Pakistan, the military in Bangladesh has re-emerged as the final arbiter in national politics. When we all talk about the interim government, we forget that the army chief is now the power behind the throne. It's the army that has installed this interim government. The interim government is made of what? It's made up of advisors. Advisors are different than decision makers.
Yes.
They're advising whom? They're advising whom? Nobody's asking that question.
Yes.
So, the third challenge for Bangladesh is to promote national reconciliation and healing after the violent uprising. And Bangladesh is a highly polarized country. And after the frenzied killings and purges of Awami League loyalists, national reconciliation won't be easy to promote.
I think that's point very well taken, particularly about how it's going to be tough as far as national reconciliation is concerned. And we have a special guest joining me from Washington, D.C., Sajib Wazid, Sheikh Hasina's son. Sajib, I appreciate your time here on NDTV. My question is direct. What's your mother's plan? Sheikh Hasina has been in India for the last few days. When did you last speak to her, and where is she headed now?
I spoke with her last night. She has no plans as of yet. She's staying put. All the rumors about her applying for visas or asylum, none of those are true. What she really wants is to eventually go back to Bangladesh, whether that's to be in politics or to retire, it doesn't matter. It's her home. She has spent most of her life there. She has grown up there. This was going to be her last term anyway. She's 76 years old. She wants to retire in her village home in Tungipara. That has been her dream. She does not want to live in exile outside of Bangladesh.
Okay, so she doesn't want to live outside Bangladesh, but does it mean that when she wants to go back to Bangladesh, she wants to be back in active politics? Or will it be what you had told me earlier, that she is looking at retirement?
That I cannot answer. That you will have to ask her. As I said, that she was in politics for her country, not because she wanted to be in power. She has been wanting to retire for several terms, for the last 2 terms. In fact, she has been pushing me before every election to come and join politics. None of our family have ever had ambition for power or politics, so we haven't. I don't think she has any regrets in terms of what she has done for the country in terms of development and security. No one can argue. So no one can argue that her 15 years were not by far the golden period of Bangladesh. So at this point, it really doesn't matter to her. Politics doesn't matter to her, but she wants to go home.
So she wants to go home, she wants to go back and doesn't want to live in exile. That's a news point certainly for us because, you know, Sajib, you are right now the spokesperson of your mother, and over the last few days you have been her connect with the outside world. So there were reports suggesting that there are certain back channel communication or talks on between you and you know, which is happening through your you know, embassy perhaps in London for a possible asylum or some visa for her in United Kingdom.
No, as far as I know, I'm not part of that communication. As far as I know, we have made no requests. We have not asked any government. We have made no applications.
Okay, and what about your political party? Are you looking at going back and you know, to ensure that the cadre feels energized, they have an election to you know, fight in the coming few weeks and months? So is there somebody from the family looking at trying to ensure that they feel not leaderless or rudderless in the absence of Sheikh Hasina?
Yes, I guess by default I've become the face right now. I never planned for this. I never wanted this. I have no political ambition, but you know, I as soon as I learned that our party leaders were being attacked, their homes burned down, I said I can't just abandon them. So I am doing what I can. I'm in touch with many of our party leaders. Almost all our ministers' homes have been burned down. My own personal home, my ancestral home, which my father had built 40 years ago, has been burned down. My grandfather's ancestral home, which was now his museum and where my entire family was murdered in 1975, that has been burned down. So in this situation, yes, I will do whatever it takes. People forget that, you know, you have two political parties in Bangladesh, two major parties. They have huge followers. Awami League still has tens of millions of followers. Awami League it's not going to disappear overnight. You cannot make the Awami League disappear overnight. So yes, elections have to be held as soon as possible. I think someone in the current government announced that elections weren't a priority. Well, this government is unconstitutional. Our constitution states that at the end of the last parliament, elections have to be held within 90 days. This government, nobody elected them. They have no mandate to run the country. And as you can see, they're not able to run the country already within, it's been a week since they pushed my mother out. They've been in power. They have no control. There's complete lawlessness. So at this point, the only solution for Bangladesh is early elections within 90 days. And, Awami League and BNP, we're the two largest parties. One of us is going to win the elections. I believe it's going to be the Awami League because of our record of development and security over the last 15 years. People always want economic development and security. So,
okay, since you just said that you are by default now the face of Awami League, then are you planning to go home, go back to Dhaka and lead the political party? Because somebody from the family, is it going to be family run, or will there be a new leadership that will take charge of Awami League?
That will be up to the Awami League to decide, not up to me. If the Awami League activists, they all demand that I come, then I will think about it. But it is not, it's a democratic party. It depends on the people of the members of the party.
And what about Sheikh Hasina, the former Prime Minister?
Well, if the party demands that she be the leader, then she will be the leader. Again, as I said, we are a democratic party. It is totally up to the members of the party to decide who their leader is going to be. It is not up to me.
And lots being talked about in the context of her future, and mixed signals coming in that whether she should be going back home or going back to Bangladesh, or whether she will be going in for asylum. But you are saying that she doesn't want to live in exile, wants to go back to Bangladesh. How soon will that be? And has she communicated this to perhaps the chief advisor of the government right now, the interim government, that is Muhammad Yunus?
No, not at all. There's been no communication. The interim government has made no attempt to communicate with us. Unfortunately, as I said, from today's statement from one of the advisors, it's unfortunate. They've taken the exact same playbook that has failed before, which is now that they have been placed in power, they've been placed in power by a tiny minority and perhaps foreign support. They don't have the mandate of the people of Bangladesh at all, and they think they've declared that they will reform the country. Well, without a mandate, without a popular mandate, if you remember, 17 years ago we had an interim government that took over, that announced they would reform, and they failed miserably because they did not have popular mandate. This government does not have the mandate of the people of Bangladesh. It is an unconstitutional, hand-picked government. They don't represent the people of Bangladesh. They have no legal authority whatsoever. So it is in their best interest to hold elections as soon as possible.
Okay, so if the interim government gets in touch with your mother and asks her to return to face trial or face the law, is she ready to do that?
Face the law, again, if you remember from 1/11, our last military takeover, they arrested my mother. My mother actually had to fight to go back to the country. They arrested her and they put her on trial, and she was acquitted on all charges. And so, yes, my mother is not afraid of that. They want to play that game, we can play it again. What will happen if they try to put Sheikh Hasina on trial? Well, they can find out. My mother has done nothing illegal. She has done nothing wrong. If there are people in our government that have acted outside the law, those are the people that need to be tried. You cannot blame my mother.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us. Sajib Wazid there, Sheikh Hasina's son, joining me straight from Washington, D.C., giving us the view of Sheikh Hasina as he has spoken to her only last night. Let me bring in BJP leader and columnist Swapan Das Gupta now. Swapan Das Gupta, thank you so much. How do you see the recent developments in Bangladesh with Sheikh Hasina's exit and formation of the interim government? And also, the fact is that she is in India right now.
Well, it's still a very fragile dispensation in Bangladesh. They managed to cobble together a interim administrative regime, which is made up mainly of completely non-political elements, people who are either from academia, some from the NGO sector, and some from some students, which have no experience with actually handling day-to-day political affairs. So that's always a risk. On top of that, the political parties have very consciously stayed away from this interim arrangement. The BNP, the Jamaat, and a couple of the smaller parties, they've stayed away. And the BNP has made a demand that they want elections within 3 months. Now, that is a potential source of friction. That's number one in terms of the arrangement. The second issue, which I think is really of great concern to everybody, is the complete administrative void, the vacuum which now exists and which is translated into a spate of lawlessness in Bangladesh, particularly attacks on minorities, particularly attacks on Hindus. According to the latest figures which the Hindu Buddhist Council has given, in the past 4 days, there have been more than 200 incidents of attacks on the minorities. Now, that's a very, very large figure. And on top of that, some of these people who are at the helm of affairs, including Mr. Muhammad Yunus, who's the head of the interim arrangement, they seem to think that this is a conspiracy. In other words, there's a policy of denial. So there are points of concern at present, but of course, some of that concern is inevitable, given that Bangladesh has just been through such a
since you
huge,
said that
tumultuous sort of insurrection.
in this fragile time, that's your phrase, which we are witnessing in our neighborhood, do you think it puts India in a precarious position or perhaps challenging times for us as well, especially in the two countries share over 4,000 kilometer long border, and in certain places it's porous border?
Yeah, well, it's more than precarious. I think challenging is really the operative word. It is a challenging time. We have a very large land border with Bangladesh. But what is complicated matters is that there is a large section of the people who were involved in the anti-Hasina agitation who believe that everything that was done by the Awami League administration over the past 15 years, particularly all the missteps which it took, the extent of corruption, sometimes arbitrariness, sometimes some some steps which really can't be called very democratic. All of these were the handiwork of India. Now, that's a very facile and simplistic explanation. India was friendly with Bangladesh. India was certainly very friendly with Sheikh Hasina. But to suggest that everything she did, she was a complete puppet of India, is of course carrying things a bit too far. But nevertheless, this perception is very much there in Bangladesh. And that has soured the environment to a very, very large extent. And I believe it is one of the factors which is responsible for this incessant attacks on the Hindus, on the minority community in Bangladesh, them being seen as sort of agents of India. Now, obviously, India has a lot of interest in Bangladesh. There's economic interest, there's political interest, there are concerns over what will happen if the security policy pursued by Sheikh Hasina, which enabled us to return to peace in the northeast of the country, that somehow is sort of subverted. So there are these issues, and for them, I'm sure that we will have to have a series of engagements with people at the helm in Bangladesh and sensitize them to our concerns, because I'm sure that they are not aware of the entire complexities of India-Bangladesh relations, which the earlier administration was. But there are complicating factors.
All right, Sopandas Gupta, pleasure speaking to you. Thank you so much. Let me go back to the guest, Anjit Sen. So clarity emerging from the family that, Sheikh Hasina wants to go back home. She doesn't want to be in exile.
That's what has come out now. But there are reports of a few ministers and a few people from the former ruling party of Bangladesh who are traveling in different parts of the world, including in India. But those have not been corroborated with evidence as yet. But at the same time, the movement of the former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is still, it's still undecided. So one thing which her son said today, of course, that we need to take that into account. That's the first thing. But at the same time, there are reports which are also coming in, which say that it may not be the case, and she may stay for a longer period in India itself. All depends on what comes up in terms of the new government which is in place, the interim government. What do they do, and how? It's more of a wait and watch game, because I think the power matrix is reset in Dhaka now, and it's basically how you're viewing the current status. I think a lot depends on that.
Reset, but Dr. Tasneem, the point being made by Brahma Chilani on this panel has been that Mohammad Yunus is an advisor or chief advisor to the government. But he's the chief advisor to whom? So essentially it's army which is very much in charge.
No, no. He is the chief advisor to the president. We still have the president of the last government, and he is continuing. A constitutional arrangement has been made where he is actually the advisor of the president to run the country up to the election. But I would like to bring in two more points from the discussions that took place earlier. I think there are certain misperception about Bangladesh's sentiment towards India. Culturally and other places, we have so many things in common and so many layers we have good relationship. But then again, why all of a sudden with Sheikh Hasina government, this, this thing that idea of people, that people are not being, the relationship is not reciprocal. Whatever Bangladesh is giving in different negotiations, like Mongla Port, like, Rupur energy projects and others, and then railway line, or all these transit and everything. In exchange, what is Bangladesh getting? Think of this chicken corridor between Nepal and Bangladesh. Yet we wanted this for quite a long, but we didn't get it. So that is why I think this whole issue of Bangladeshis being a little upset with India is for different reason. It is for an
so it's a different reason.
Relationship.
Okay, Sair, quickly, 40 seconds to you, and then I'll start wrapping up. I do not have much time on this discussion because I have to bring in Harshvardhan Shringla as well. Please go ahead, Sair.
Thank you. I'm not sure if Mr. Sajib Wajid Joy is still on the studio or not, because he was saying that why his mother should not be brought to justice, and his mother has not done any kind of crime. In the last 3 weeks of protests, since 16th of July till the end of it, we had more than 400 people deaths confirmed, and there is still many missing. Thousands are injured in the hospital, and we had 44 headshots. 44 people were killed with his sniper guns. How does he justify that? Why would school children, school kids be killed with sniper rifles, which should be used in conventional warfare?
Okay.
Of course, Sheikh Hasina is responsible for that. She has instructed those murders.
Okay, fine. Shamsher Chaudhary?
Well, I think any attempt to underplay the protest, which actually took a revolutionary form, would be a serious mistake, as some of your guests have said. It is not a so-called revolution. It is very much, it took a revolutionary form. It was peaceful. It was initially very, very peaceful. It became violent when the then Awami League Secretary General, or I guess he's still the Secretary of the Awami League, Mr. Ubaidul Qadir said, my Chhatru League is good enough to take care of these hoodlums. And he unleashed the Chhatru League on these peaceful protesters of students, girls and boys, male and female. And the Chhatru League mercilessly beat them up. And these are footages available all over the world. They went into university halls at the dead of night and started beating students and throwing them out. Dragged them out, actually. Okay. Girls were taking protection under trucks and buses, and they were dragged out and shot, and they were killing and all that people. Abu Said's image of being shot by police in point blank is for the whole world to see. Nobody can deny an image. It is a footage. A guy called Mugdho, he's a very bright student, distributing water to the protesters. He was shot dead, either by the police or somebody else, but he was shot dead from the other side. So those were crimes. Then this morphed into something more serious. It could have been avoided. Prime Minister could have been much more forthcoming at the very early stages, which everybody is saying. I was in another talk slightly a little while ago with Nina Gopal and Dr. Sridhar Dotto. Sridhar Dotto is an Indian scholar who follows Bangladesh very, very closely. She's written and we've done a number of projects together. She has said the Prime Minister should have acted much earlier instead of being dismissive about the whole thing.
Okay, Shamsher Chaudhary, I have just enough time for Brahma Chilani.
As regards Sajib Wajid Joy's point of Sheikh Hasina returning, she has every right to return. She's a citizen of this country. She has every right to return. Nobody can stop her from returning. And if everything goes well, she can also contest in an election. There is no harm in that.
Okay.
The question is, when will that election be held and how long?
Okay, we do not really know when will the election be held. Brahmachalani, last 30 seconds to you, sir. Please go ahead.
India is the world's largest democracy, but it's located in a region with long autocratic traditions. What has happened in Bangladesh happened in Sri Lanka in 2022, 2 years ago. Remember how the collapse of government authority in Sri Lanka, like it's happened in Bangladesh, caused the Rajapaksa brothers' dynastic regime to fall apart. Just as the then President Gotabaya Rajapaksa fled the country on a military jet, Hasina arrived in India suddenly aboard a Hercules plane. And just as protesters in Colombo occupied the presidential palace 2 years ago, mobs ransacked Hasina's official residence, stealing any article they could find. And I think the main lesson from Hasina's overthrow and the return of the military as the final arbiter in Bangladesh politics is that when weak state institutions allow deep centralization of power, democracy is unable to take firm roots. Bangladesh has experienced at least 24 army coups or coup attempts since 1975. Today, it will struggle to evolve into a full-fledged democracy, especially given the fact that the army has re-emerged as the power behind the throne.
Okay. So, army is the final arbiter is the reading of Brahmachalani. Thank you so much for your time, Ayanjeet Sen, Dr. Tasneem, Shamsher Chaudhary, and Zulkarnain Saeer. Ma'am, I've come to the end because I have to bring in Dr. Harshvardhan Shringla, former Indian High Commissioner to Bangladesh, who is joining us now. Sir, thank you so much for your time. Developments in Bangladesh is being read in multiple ways. Some say that this is also an opportunity for India to recalibrate its equations with Bangladesh. Now, with an interim government in place there in Dhaka and former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina here in India, do you think India or New Delhi is in a very tricky situation?
Well, I think for us, it is important to engage any dispensation or government that is in power in Bangladesh. It is a very close and important neighbor of ours, and we cannot afford to not be engaged in one way or the other. Now, the interim administration, you're right, does offer us an opportunity to, take up where we left off, try and restore normalcy in the relationship, restore the normal links that keep both our countries connected. At the same time, to try and see how we can constructively contribute to Bangladesh's own, let's say, current situation. Professor Mohammad Yunus has said that he basically felt that India shouldn't have described the situation as an internal situation because, we are like a neighbor, we are like family, and we should have been more engaged. And I think this is the time that we can take him up on his offer and see how we can contribute to restoring peace and stability in Bangladesh, to getting law and order back on track. I mean, we still see a lot of instances of attacks on vulnerable sections of people, looting, and robberies at night. I think minorities are at great risk. Incidents have increased. And up to 450, police stations are supposed to have been burned down with lots of policemen killed, actually. So there is a huge vacuum in law and order, and police are still not coming back into active duty. So there are concerns, and we can contribute in a positive way, in whichever way Bangladesh wants. And this is my own personal view.
Okay, Mr. Shringla, don't you think that India must get, when you say, how will India really get involved, in trying to resolve the conflict or attacks? Because that will be seen as interfering with domestic matters.
Yeah, so that's what I said exactly, that, we could offer to contribute in whichever manner Bangladesh is comfortable with. And Professor Yunus himself has said that nothing is internal between India and Bangladesh, and India, really should get more involved and see where it can, assist and engage Bangladesh. And I think that is where we need to take him up on his offer and say that, look, we are happy to work with you in whichever manner you're comfortable. And if that means that we can provide some guidance, some training, some, equipment that can, deal with the current internal situation, etc. I mean, we should be, be in a position to make that offer and, and take it up wherever Bangladesh is comfortable.
And with Sheikh Hasina here in India and the new government demanding that Hasina must return back to Bangladesh, do you think this situation will really and could impact the equations between the two countries?
Sheikh Hasina is a guest in our country. And, you don't turn out your guests. We certainly understand that there is a different dynamics there. But I don't see India, acceding to that sort of requirement. I mean, I saw her son, Sajib Joy Wajid's interview in which he said Sheikh Hasina will return. She will take up, a political role, etc. So it really depends on Sheikh Hasina. If she wants to go back, nobody can stop her. But she doesn't want to go to the country. I don't think, we would, that's my sense, is that I don't think we would ask her to, or rather deport her against her wishes. So it's very clear that, those demands are not very practical and not very constructive. I mean, we need to look at what we can do, together as countries. There's a huge bilateral relationship out there. There's a very multifaceted cooperation that both countries really, attach a lot of importance to. And it really, if you want, people of both countries to get the benefit of a very close relationship, I think we will need to work on that. The two sides, that is the interim administration on the Bangladesh side and our government will have to work on that.
Okay, that brings me to my last questions. As someone who has served in Bangladesh, I'm sure you understand and know about the challenges which are there in the country. There is that fear of radicalism. We are seeing continued attacks against minorities. Do you think the interim government will be able to, handle this, address this?
Well, Professor Yunus has stated publicly that, he wants an end to any, unrest, any vacuum in law and order situation. He's encouraged restoration of normalcy, and he has specifically said that he does not want any attack on minorities. So we will have to take him up on his word. If you saw Prime Minister Modi's message yesterday, he said he requested, the protection and safety of Hindus and other minorities in Bangladesh. And I think that's an important consideration for us and an important consideration of Bangladesh, because it has to be able to protect its own citizens. And I think that is something that will, be important for both our countries. And definitely that is one of our very important asks, that this current fear psychosis that minorities are going through, the attacks on temples, the attacks on minority communities, Hindu communities in Bangladesh, that level of, I would say, sense of fear and atmosphere of intimidation has to stop. And the government and the interim administration has to take all measures to ensure that their own citizens are safe and secure in their country.
All right, Mr. Sringda, I appreciate your time here on NDTV on the Big Fight Show. We are putting out that interview and the entire show on ndtv.com. That's all from me. Thanks so much for watching. Next week with another episode of The Big Fight.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code. And driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense.
What's your mother's plan? Sheikh Hasina has been in India for the last few days. When did you last speak to her, and where is she headed now?
I spoke with her last night. She has no plans as of yet. She's staying put. All the rumors about her applying for visas or asylum, none of those are true. What she really wants is to eventually go back to Bangladesh, whether that's to be in politics or to retire, it doesn't matter. It's her home. She has spent most of her life there. She has grown up there. This was going to be her last term anyway. She's 76 years old. She wants to retire in her village home in Tungipara. That has been her dream. She does not want to live in exile outside of Bangladesh.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Though a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism.
Aam Aadmi Party leader Manish Sisodia released from Delhi's Tihar jail hours after the Supreme Court granted him bail in the alleged liquor policy scam on Friday. The top court called his incarceration for over 17 months a travesty of justice. And Ashwini Vaishnav says that there are 8 big rail projects that have been approved. He says that Cabinet has approved the bill to build 3 crore new houses as well. 2 crore houses to be built in rural areas, while 1 crore in the urban areas. And in an NDTV exclusive, Sheikh Hasina's son hints at joining politics. He says that he will do whatever it takes. He was speaking about after Sheikh Hasina's on Sheikh Hasina, and he said to NDTV that I'm already the de facto leader of Awami League. Opposition parties led by Sonia Gandhi walked out of the Rajya Sabha today in a powerful show of support for Samajwadi Party MP Jaya Bachchan after she clashed with Chairperson Jagdeep Dhankar over the tone of his voice and for her calling her Jaya Amitabh Bachchan again. India's star javelin thrower Neeraj Chopra clinched a silver medal at the Paris Olympics, becoming the first Indian track and field athlete to win 2 consecutive Olympic medals. And 12 killed in Russian attack on a supermarket in Ukraine. Russian military claims a high-yield bomb strike in Kursk. Reports suggest that Ukraine's surprise attack on Russia says 1,000 Ukrainian troops had entered in its territory. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shah. A top story that we are tracking at this hour is Manish Sisodia's bail. Aam Aadmi Party leader Manish Sisodia, he was released from Delhi's Tihar jail on Friday evening, hours after the Supreme Court granted the ex-Deputy Chief Minister bail in the alleged liquor policy scam. Now, in a series of powerful observations, the top court called Mr. Sisodia's nearly 18-month incarceration a travesty of justice. Now, Manish Sisodia had been arrested by the CBI in February last year. Manish Sisodia, who held multiple portfolios while a member of the Delhi government, including education, was received by jubilant Aam Aadmi Party supporters after his release, and standing in the rain, he gave a short speech where he said, and I quote, "Ever since this order came in the morning, every inch of my skin has been feeling indebted to Baba Saheb Bhimrao Ambedkar. I don't understand how I will pay this debt to Baba Saheb."
A pen, his diary, and the Bhagavad Gita. Delhi government's second most powerful man, walking out of jail with his only companions for the past 17 months in Tihar's dreaded prison number 1. Leaving behind his boss and Delhi's chief minister in a prison cell next door. A silver lining for the beleaguered Aam Aadmi Party, which is fighting an existential battle without a leader. After at least 20 dates with the courts, setback after setback in bail hearings, and a prolonged investigation, a supreme verdict calling Manish Sisodia's trial a travesty of justice. His protege Atishi, who took over the reins of the education department in Delhi, broke down while speaking at one of the government schools, considered key to Manish Sisodia's education revolution plank.
I think it also underlines what we have been saying for the last 2 years, ever since this attack on Aam Aadmi Party has started, ever since this persecution and victimization of Aam Aadmi Party has started. So it's definitely a vindication. I think it's an indicator of the fact that yes, in Hindi they say, Bhagwan ke ghar mein der hai, andher nahi hai. And I think today's Supreme Court order has really vindicated all of us.
The BJP gunning for the jailed chief minister said that his former deputy is still not free from charges.
हम ये जानते हैं कि शराब नीति घोटाले में मनीष सिसोदिया को बेल मिली है और किसी भी अपराधी को बेल मिलना वो अपराध मुक्त होना नहीं होता है। जांच अभी चल रही है, साक्ष्य कोर्ट के सामने आएंगे। अरविंद केजरीवाल हो, मनीष सिसोदिया हो या बाकी लोग हो, इन सब ने शराब नीति घोटाले में कमीशन खाई है, दलाली खाई है और ये फैसला जनता की अदालत में सबके सामने होगा।
The Supreme Court in its bail order set the record straight, invoking the precedent that bail is the norm and jail the exception.
What I really admire and appreciate about judges is that they've walked the talk. They've not said it, they've actually done it. That is important. You know, just to say it, just to rhetorically declare it, but they have walked the talk. They've dealt with the matter in a very fair and a very quick and a very comprehensive manner, and they've done justice.
The Aam Aadmi Party now pins its hopes on the same Supreme Court for relief to Arvind Kejriwal.
And Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he is set to visit landslide-hit Wayanad on Saturday. Prime Minister Modi will be visiting the hospitals and the relief camps that have been set up in Wayanad. Prime Minister will also give a visit to Bailey Bridge that was constructed by the army in record time. He will be meeting the rescuers as well as he is likely to meet the Chief Minister and the Chief Secretary there. An actor, Shriya Sharan, she has in fact joined NDTV's campaign that we have been running on our channel, which is called Care of Kerala. She joins that campaign, and this is what she had to say.
Hi, I'm Shriya Sharan. Kerala's Wayanad area
is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
And the Government of India on Friday constituted a committee to monitor the current situation on Indo-Bangladesh border. This committee will maintain communication channels with their counterpart authorities in Bangladesh to ensure safety of Indian citizens and people belonging to minority communities in Bangladesh. And where will the ex-Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina go? Well, that is a big question. Addressing the press, the MEA has said that they have no idea of the ex-Prime Minister's next move, but India is closely monitoring the evolving situation. Now, even as the political turmoil and violence continues in Bangladesh, a group of nearly 600 people from the country, they were stopped from entering India at a border point in West Bengal by the Border Security Force. The border has been on high alert since Sheikh Hasina was ousted and fled the country on Monday.
A journey of desperation, an estimated 600 Bangladeshi nationals trying to enter India at the Indo-Bangladesh border. The Border Security Force, after receiving information from locals, stopped the infiltration attempt amidst the high alert on the border. The infiltration was attempted at the Satkura border under the Dokhin Berubari Panchayat of Jalpaiguri district of West Bengal. The infiltrators appealed to the BSF, saying they feared for their lives. But the BSF explained to them that entry into India wasn't possible by infiltration. While the group retreated, some people stayed back to negotiate on their behalf. Locals on the Indian side told NDTV those who tried to enter India are Hindus.
বাংলাদেশের যে আমাদের হিন্দুগুলো আছে পার্টি নিয়ে লড়াই করতেছে তারা আপনি মারপিট করতেছে কাটাকাটি করতেছে তারা পার হওয়ার জন্য আমাদের এখানে আসছে
Member of the BJP National Executive and former Rajya Sabha MP Swapan Das Gupta appealed to the Union Home Minister to go beyond niceties and be more understanding. As people gathered at the Indo-Bangladesh border in Jalpaiguri district of West Bengal, the border police wing of Assam Police has started joint patrols along the Indo-Bangladesh border in the state.
India has instructed state government to secure the Indo-Bangladesh border completely so that no one can come inside the country. Accordingly, Assam government is maintaining strict vigil in the border area, and as of now, no one has entered into our country except those who have valid passport and visa.
For India, the situation will require very skillful and delicate handling, as it is a diplomatic tightrope walk. With camera person GD Shankar and Ratnadeep Chaudhary in Guwahati, in Kolkata, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
Time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more.
Welcome back. In a significant operation by the Anti-Corruption Bureau, a staggering amount of cash and assets were uncovered during a raid on the residence of Dasari Narendra, the superintendent and in charge, the revenue office at the Nizamabad Municipal Corporation. In fact, the case was registered against Narendra for disproportionate assets, revealed assets far exceeding his known source of income. And Uma Sudhir joins us on the phone line. Uma, what we are learning at this point is that the ACB has discovered over 2 crore rupees in cash that has been stashed in his house. What more details can you give us? All right, so from what we are learning at this moment is that apart from over 2 crore in cash that has been found at his house, a bank balance totaling rupees 1.10 crore in accounts is also being held by Narendra, his wife and his mother. Additionally, 51 tolas of gold worth rupees 6 lakh and 17 immovable properties valued at rupees 1.98 crore were seized. The total of the assets seized so far amounts to approximately rupees 6.07 crore. And India's star javelin thrower Neeraj Chopra, he clinched a silver medal at the Paris Olympics, becoming the first Indian track and field athlete to win 2 consecutive Olympic medals. He won India's sole silver medal in the Paris Games with a season's best throw of 89.45 meters in javelin. This event was dominated by Pakistan's Arshad Nadeem, who won gold with a massive throw of 92.97 meters, an Olympic record, that is. His remarkable achievement was celebrated across the nation, with Prime Minister Narendra Modi leading the chorus of congratulations.
नहीं जान तो बहुत खुश है हमने तो सिल्वर भी गोल्ड वर्गा लग रहा गोल्ड उसका आ गया वो भी मारे लड़का जी मेहनत करके सब जा रहे कोई बात नहीं जी ये तो तीनों हुए हैं बच्चे के खिलाड़ी के आप लोग खुश हो कोई बात नहीं ना खुश है जमा पूरे खुश है पिछली बार आया था तो फेवरेट खाना बनाया था हाँ जी फेवरेट खाना जरूर बनाएंगे आओगा जी फेवरेट जरूर बनाएंगे
नीरज चोपड़ा से वो जीते हैं तो नीरज चोपड़ा के बारे में क्या कहेंगे वो अर्शद से हार गए हैं
नहीं बेटा वो भी मेरे बेटे अर्शद नदीम का भी दोस्त भी है और भाई भी है
ते वो हार जीत तो अपने किस्मत की होती है और वो भी मेरा बेटा है इंशाल्लाह ताला कहंदे हुंदे उसनों भी कामयाब करे अल्लाह मियां उसनों भी मेडल जीतन की तौफीक देगा और दोनों भाई सी उन्होंने भी दोस्त भी थे और मैं उसके लिए भी दुआ करती हूँ.
Fantastic reactions there as the mothers of Neeraj Chopra and Arshad Nadeem winning hearts. First it was Neeraj Chopra's mother and then it was Arshad's mother who called both these athletes like their own sons. So sentiments replicated from across the border by both the ladies. Time now for a very short break. More on the other side.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to our very special broadcast from one of India's top commerce colleges. With me are students of SRCC's Global Business Operations Program, a cutting-edge postgraduate course, as we discuss what has been India's decade of great successions in big businesses. What does it mean for our big businesses? What does it mean for startups? How do we balance tradition and modernity in business? What do young entrepreneurs, budding entrepreneurs really think about it? And this, of course, after the Adani Group hinted that there's a succession plan in place. In fact, Gautam Adani made a very important point that succession in big businesses has to be organic. It's more than just a drastic move. It's a journey. What do people here really think about it? Let me start from the gentleman here. What do you think about succession or transitions in big businesses? You know, as young entrepreneurs, young businessmen, what do you think about it? What is the ideal way of transitioning from one generation to another?
Thank you for asking that question, Vedant. First of all, I would like to say that while studying in classrooms, we have seen that successions which have taken in quite a quick kind of view has not been successful. So giving a good time phase of 8 to 10 years has shown internationally also that it is successful. So in case, if we talk about succession, so from G1 to going to G2, there should be a bond between tradition and innovation. If it is not, then that succession is not a successful succession, and things should go.
That's a very interesting point, that it's not merely successions from one generation to another. It should usher in a new era of innovation. I think that's an interesting point. Would you like to add to that? How does this transition from one generation to another also bolster innovation within a business house?
I think because when the transition takes place from one generation to another generation, the new generation that takes leadership role comes in with fresh sets of ideas, comes in with a fresh set of views on different challenges which may differ from what earlier generations used to do, which then bolsters innovation and gives greater focus on innovating and tackling problems in a newer and better way.
But is it easy? Is it easy to break away from tradition, especially when you come from an established business family, say? How do you not entirely break away from a tradition? You keep some amount of convention alive, but you also bring in new ideas. You also bring in perhaps more risk-taking capability. Risk-taking, I think, is an interesting aspect to look at here.
Right, so thank you for that question. And I think that when a new leadership takes on, then they bring in new ideas and they have a more risk-taking capacity, because these are young bloods and they get more spirit and they are more energetic and they have new ideas and they bring in innovation. So this helps them to bring in innovation. Plus, they also know what the legacy business carries. So they know the core values. So they don't.
And what are the pitfalls of?
So they don't want to drift away from the core values, but at the same time, they do need to bring in modernity with them, the technology, and innovation, so that the business can grow.
Okay, would you like to add to that?
Yeah. So adding on to what Radhika mentioned, I would say that we being the people, we have an access to a lot of information that is available to us. We understand the data, we understand the giants that are growing up. So I think breaking through the tradition, I would say this modernity should be taken as a next step of going into another generation that brings us with new ideas and traditional values being encoded into us. I think adopting the modernity would give a new arena and a new sort of thought to that business that we are trying to.
It is a logical progression to move to that. Let me also get in some more voices, because something interesting that we were discussing earlier was about risk-taking behavior. Interesting that the lady here talked about how perhaps the young generation has more risk-taking tendencies, but many also point out, like in the case of Adani Group, for example, they spread their tentacles to so many sectors, including energy, real estate, infra. Perhaps many would say that the next generation has to be more sustainable, because sustainability also is a buzzword among young entrepreneurs.
So basically, with sustainability comes innovation. Like if we are working on continuous innovation, because as we know, our legacy businesses have fundamentals built up, and now what the generation 2, as Adani mentioned, they had to do is they had to build on these building blocks, and there comes the role of innovation came into play. So like if they continuously innovate, they will definitely be sustainable. As we have seen, different brands, different companies are actually working on that particular prospect only, that they are continuously innovating, and with that innovation, sustainability comes in hand.
So that's an interesting point there, that perhaps the younger generation would also be more wary in a sense, and especially when you come from a family of business people, from a family of a big businessmen. You have to look at the larger picture. You have to look at what you're giving back to society as well.
So basically it actually shows like whenever somebody is taking over, like generation 2 is coming in place of generation 1, they are actually well trained. And as you were talking about sustainability also, it's not happened in a single day. They are also trained on the sustainability aspect also, because the company know, or an organization know, that sustainability is a need for an hour. It's actually very important. So the succession, that's why the succession also happens gradually, because the graduation growth in that terms will actually help them to get trained on the sustainability aspect also, and bringing in their innovation ideas. So
that's an interesting idea that you're talking about, that perhaps when you have a new generation taking over, there's more exposure also that comes with it. So because there are new challenges, whether it's artificial intelligence, whether it's social media, there's so many new challenges in new age businesses.
So as new age businesses, like newer generation is coming, so they have to take calculated risk, taking in mind like AI is coming, more and more of data is there. So people have to like take all of those things in mind and then take the risk of maybe getting into new business or sustaining what already has been there and preserving like the cash cow of the business has, and then taking any move that they might want to.
So that's an interesting point there, and I think the sense I'm getting is that perhaps one has to make sure that those core values are intact as we go forward, as we look at expanding the business and also giving back to society. Because I was discussing this earlier with you guys, that performance with purpose also is something that young entrepreneurs are really looking at.
Actually, all the businesses when we see today, they work on a value-giving purpose. So when a business is providing value to the customers, or let's say anything, like if it's a B2B, it is solving a purpose for the other business or the customer. So with that mindset, if any business approaches the problem, so let's take the example of startups. What startups do? They basically try to understand the customer needs, and based on that, they come up with a solution which is going to solve that particular need. So basically, we can understand that it's kind of providing a value to the coming generations. And when we talk about sustainability, we can clearly see that a lot has changed in the atmosphere, and if we are not able to maintain that our environment in a better condition, it's not going to be easy for the coming generation to sustain in the coming years. So that is my take.
So interesting point there, and let me take that to you. You know, we're talking about creating a product that is valuable. So is expansion more important for younger entrepreneurs, or is it creating something valuable? What takes precedence?
I feel that there has to be a balance of both of them. So startups, a lot of those startups right now that are operating in India, they are actually failing. The pain point is that they have not done their consumer research properly. They do not exactly know what does the consumer want. They have not done the market research properly. So it's very important to know what will work with the Indian audience. So for example, the brands that are global conglomerates, whenever they launch their own products to India, they also do a market research, and then they launch customized products which have more chances of being relevant according to the Indian audience. So making relevant product is important. However, expansion I feel is equally important, and it's important to strike a balance between both of them.
Right. And perhaps looking at all these ideas, what is also important is that we understand that with a new generation, or with a generation change in big businesses, what also changes is the people you hire. So in a sense, your team changes as well, along with the leadership change. How do you see that?
So as the other political leaders say, we do not have a plan B, we only have planet A. So along with the expansion, which increases our growth opportunities, we should also work on sustainability goals that our India is going to be carbon free by 2047.
So talking about what I was mentioning earlier, how does a leadership change affect the very ethos of a company? Because you have new people that may come in, the vision for hiring also changes, but perhaps the core values remain the same.
I think this is not a sudden change, as the Adani succession plan mentions that Gautam Adani will retire in 2030s, and that his...
So of course, that claim has been, in a sense, he says that this has to be an organic process, and there is no set date as far as the succession plan is concerned.
Yes, that the next generation leaders, that is Karan, Jeet, and Pranav. They are basically now also they are holding some directorial positions and acting as a managing directors of the various enterprises. Yes. So I think they are experiencing the current leadership, and I think in the current times they will mix it with the blend of the new innovation and the blend of new awareness they have of the world. Right. So I think that awareness with the mix of traditional experience will bring some more innovation, and they will definitely bring some value addition to the companies, and basically to work towards the innovation sector.
So interesting there that you also believe that because of the fact that they have worked in managerial positions and directorial positions, that is something that's going to help them or bolster their leadership capability as well. So it has to be an organic process, But I also want to understand from you all, you're all business students. Are you more fascinated by, say, this new startup wave that has gripped the nation, or is it still big businesses, legacy businesses that you think will drive the real change?
See, big businesses and small businesses, they have to work with synergy.
Yes.
They have to work together. So, big businesses provide you with opportunities in a very specific roles, but startups, they enhance your growth in a short period of time. Let's say after a B school, you enter a startup, 3 to 4 years, you grow, you understand what you want, what you actually need, and what market needs. So collaborating everything, so what you learned in a startup, then you can move on to a big company. For example, let's say Adani's, any company. So that would only further enhance your growth and enhance the organization as well, because you have learned, you have prepared, and now you are
you're ready to take on the baton. Another aspect that I wanted to discuss in this conversation was, something that I mentioned briefly earlier as well, that bringing in social aspects to your business, which I think is very critical to young businessmen, young entrepreneurs, and let me get in a word from some people here. that you want to go beyond the sort of quintessential corporate social responsibility. You want to look at, as I said, performance with purpose. You want to look at, how you create, a purposeful business vis-a-vis your employees as well as your stakeholders outside the company. So how important is that? How important is creating purposeful businesses?
I believe every action that we take has a purpose lying underneath it. So, be it any business or be it any initiative, plans has to be there. Talking about innovation and sustainability, sustainability is, of course, the current buzzword in the scenario. So, we need to work on it.
आप बताइए इस पर थोड़ा ऐड करते हुए कि किस तरीके से जैसे कि मैं इनसे भी पूछ रहा था कि सोशल एस्पेक्ट्स का इंक्लूजन बिजनेसेस में हम बहुत देख रहे हैं अभी द यंगर जनरेशन इज टॉकिंग अबाउट इट अ ग्रेट डील द यंगर जनरेशन विच टेक्स इनटू अकाउंट मोर पैरामीटर्स देन व्हाट अ कन्वेंशनल देन व्हाट कन्वेंशनली वन वुड थिंक अबाउट
Yes, this is new with the new generation, which is generation 2. जो generation 1 थी, they focused more on scalability and profitability of their businesses. But generation 2 wants to make a global social impact. They just are not looking for just the profitability or the scalability. They want to rapidly make a change in what is happening in the society around them.
Yes. So that's an interesting point कि एक कहीं ना कहीं एक aggression भी है business में कि आप you want to drive change, whether it is doing something radical within the business, things that the earlier generation might not have thought about कि हमें कुछ radical करना है, हमें कुछ leak से हट के भी करना है और ऐसे sectors में जाना है, ऐसे areas में घुसना है जहाँ पर conventionally नहीं सोच पाते थे.
Right. So these days AI ने बहुत ज़्यादा empower कर दिया है सबको. And AI and technology की वजह से this generation has ventured into new forms of business. As you can see, Amazon and Flipkart, they became tech giants after 2013. 2013 से पहले online shopping का नाम भी नहीं सुना था consumers ने, बहुत rare था. When it came to India, they captured the market in such a way that now if you see Amazon and Flipkart का इतना बड़ा customer base है, major cities में even grocery shopping तक में they have ventured into, where Blinkit has 10 मिनट में delivery वो customers को offer कर रहे हैं. So it's a new segment that they have ventured into.
Yeah, so ये एक interesting point आपने बोला, capturing the market. That's how you make the mark. When take the example of the Adani Group, how it has managed to venture into areas like defense, real estate, infra, energy, perhaps areas that many would say were really risk-taking, very risky in that sense. So ये capturing the market का जो एक notion है, how do you make your mark? How do you venture into areas जहाँ पर आपको लगे कि ये तो बहुत cluttered market है, ये area बहुत sector बहुत cluttered है, वहाँ पर भी अपना mark, to make your mark. That is the thinking also in new age entrepreneurs.
So taking on the example that my previous batchmate had given, like Blinkit, we can see that the delivery market was updated from 2 days to 10 minutes. Blinkit had created, in a clustered market, it had created a new segment of delivering in 10 minutes that is forcing Amazon and Flipkart to update their game. They're investing in companies like in competitions which are delivering groceries in this market. So this is also changing the consumer behavior of people which are expecting the delivery to arrive faster. So this is becoming a new norm. So custom.
You wanted to make a point?
So as you were mentioning that Adani is exploring, so I was a sailor before joining this.
Okay.
So
in fact, let me tell you, a lot of you have work experience. 20% of the batch that we have, of the lot that we have here, is actually has had work experience as well. So that's interesting. Yes, go ahead.
So I was a sailor before joining this GBO program. And what I would like to say that our ship used to come to Kandla and Mundra Port, especially Mundra Port, which has been in which Adani operates. So that port, look, we as an old age sailors, we used to think that these ports are being driven by government. This thing will be slow. We will take anchoring for 10 days, 2 or 3 days for discharging our cargo. But now what Adani has done is that within 24 hours your ship is fit to go back to sail. So this time saving concept has been coming with innovation also, that we should highlight while exploring new business market or business segments.
That's a very interesting point, actually, an interesting, first-hand experience that you've had as a sailor, and now that you're, studying business, you'll of course look at all those aspects of convenience, look at that aspect of, bringing in new technology. In fact, let me get in some more voices from here. नई जनरेशन के साथ एक टेक्नोलॉजी में भी एक एडवांसमेंट आता है, because what we have seen, for example, in the Adani group, that they have been upping their game technologically as well. How important is that?
So in today,
to set the base for, or set the foundation for the younger generation to take over.
So in today's world, technology is playing a real impact, having the AI taking over the world. People are saying too much AI. So it's important for the industries, the companies also to take up and move on and take on these important projects also, see what these technologies, how can they impact their revenues, the potential, how they can expand their market reach also there. There are certain sectors which have not been identified yet. So these technologies might be able to help them to explore and venture into these segments also.
Interesting. Do you want to add?
So like when we talk about exploring new markets, so I got an opportunity to intern at Adani in these 2 months. So I was working at a project where Adani is venturing into telecom infrastructure. So there we can understand that the opportunity is immense, like the opportunity of the OPGW wires are there. So that is the technological advancement. So what happens, like Adani is into transmission lines. So it's an added advantage, that OPGW network. So in that way, when we are able to pass that extra benefit of telecom infra along with the transmission lines, so that we can see that it is providing us two benefits using one infrastructure. So in that way, we can clearly understand that how we can provide more, how we can explore new opportunities in a ways like it was not existing before. And now once it is identified, and further more work can be done in that particular domain.
So that's an interesting point, and that also brings me to the aspect of diversification of businesses. What do you think about that as new age entrepreneurs, as budding businessmen? What do you think about this aspect of diversification of business?
Thank you for the question. For the diversification of business, it is really important to understand the market dynamics of that sector. And before venturing into that sector, the needs, the pain points, everything should be identified. Then only we should venture, or Adani should venture into that sector. And Adani has identified its sectors very well, and that's why they are making the mark in those respective sectors, whether it's a cement or ports, etc.
Yeah. All right. You wanted to make a point on that?
I'll just give you a very simple example. For instance, if I own a stationery shop, a retail one, so if I just sell copies, I know that my growth will be very limited. So diversification is very crucial for growth to increase. For instance, if I bring on pens, maybe erasers, so that's when I attract more and more customers, and diversification is very crucial to expand the business, for sure.
Interesting there. And also, while we talk about diversification, one must also have a sense of what one's core competence is, because that is your base, that is your foundation, what your core competence is. Anybody would like to add on that point?
Sir, before launching a product into a market, it's very important to do the SWOT analysis of what your strength and weakness is. So let me brief it what SWOT analysis stands for: strength, weakness, opportunities and threats. So if you are very, very well aware of what your strengths are, according to that, you can launch a product in the market that will not only help you to increase your competence, it will also help you to attract more and more customers to your business. So
okay, interesting that.
I would just like to add, जैसे मैंने अभी पहले एग्जांपल लिया था Amazon and Flipkart का, so Flipkart and Amazon are two competitors. But when we talk of the core competence that Flipkart has acquired, it has gone into fashion. They have acquired Myntra, they have acquired Jabong in 2016, and Amazon has gone more into tech products. And so that's Flipkart has diversified into other segments like grocery, but their core competence still remains the same, which is fashion.
Right. Also, somebody was briefly mentioning earlier this kind of synergy that needs to be achieved, say, between conventional ways of running businesses and looking at some sort of modernity, how to sort of look at advancement with a different lens, with a new age lens. So how do we achieve that kind of synergy, which I think synergy is extremely important when it comes to running a successful business?
Right. So I believe that we do have traditional ways of running a business, but at the same time, modernity that is driven by innovation is the need of an hour. So I'll talk about my experience at Amazon. So Amazon, I think we are talking about core competency later. The core competency of Amazon, it's robust supply chain management system, and also it has the integration of AI technology at every level of the working. So I would say that modernity that is driven by innovation, plus I would say performance that you mentioned that is driven by purpose, but there's more inclusivity also that has been coming into the organization.
That's interesting.
People in the, I would say that me have an experience of working in Amazon. We were very inclusive with all the leaders as well. So we had an idea of like say 4 years, 5 years, okay, this is what we want to achieve. And that's the day we used to have daily meetings and everything that used to, drive us more.
Younger leaders, as many would say, are more open in their communication as well. And I think communication is again so important to running a successful business. So do you see that as well? That sort of open communication, that open door policy, open scrutiny of decisions?
Yes, I think open communication is very important because it provides us with a raw opinion, it provides us with a true opinion about what we have to improve and what are the things that we are doing right. And from the point of view of communicating to a customer also, having an open opinion brings out the true personality of a company towards the customer, and the customer also knows on what type of brand or company he is interacting with. So it's a very important tool for the success of the company.
Right. Anybody would like to add to that here?
Yeah, I would also like to add here that the communication always plays a very great role. Means suppose if I want to achieve anything, I do have to convey that to my the subordinate team also. If I'm not able to convey them, then definitely they are not going to carry forward it to the market itself.
Yes, and there has to be a clear line
of action, and the clear line of commands also should be established to make sure that it is going like that.
Right.
And if we are talking about the business running traditionally and all that thing, then we have to see here the examples of few others also. Means the company have to understand where means what its consumer base currently wants, means what their need is. Like we have seen in case of Disney when they have acquired the 20th Century Fox. So they were keeping their tradition open, like, okay, this is the time when comic book movies are going really well, and they did that.
So you have to keep up with the times as well. But as we enter, the final, stage of the discussion, what do you expect of younger leaders? Somebody was talking about Pranav and Jeet and Karan. What do you expect younger generations, the issues you expect them to champion, the kind of businesses you would want them to create?
So the younger leaders and the younger generation, what I would expect is they address more of social impacts rather than carrying the traditional values and making businesses great just to make revenue. I believe they should pay more attention to what planet is going and what environment is facing. So I believe the younger leaders will be paying more attention to that and create a sustainable environment and a business as a whole.
As we're discussing, yeah.
Right. Besides that, as we've already discussed, the younger generations are more aware about technology, and perhaps they would think how to solve the same problem using AI or blockchain, for example. So they would be more equipped in that arena. Besides that, we've also seen the younger generation is more inclusive. Like stating my personal experience, I got an opportunity to intern with the Times Group. So there, the leaders, and we were also talking about communication a few minutes ago. So all the business leaders, including, the chief strategy officer, they were very open to communication. We could just walk into their cabin and they're open to receiving those suggestions as compared to a traditional hierarchy that, we could expect.
So more receptiveness perhaps.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, in addition to that, I think sustainability would also be a major factor for the young leaders. They should take into account the sustainability factor. As we see today in the finance world, ESG investing isn't a buzzword.
Yes.
So ESG stands for basically environmental social governance factors. So we should take into account all those factors while taking into while earning profits also. So ESG should be taken into account apart from earning profits.
Right. Yeah.
And like we can clearly see the concept of made in India. So
Yes,
I really
that's extremely
expect I'm expecting this कि these young leaders are going to focus more on the made in India concept and then take these products which are produced in India to the globalized world. Because currently when we see that our imports, we are more import dependent. And like these leaders can focus on transforming our nation to a export dependent nation. Like we're exporting more than the importing.
Not just being self-sufficient, but
also providing to other
looking
countries.
at that's an interesting point, and I'll come to you as well. But looking at this idea of make in India, for example, the Adani Group has been pretty focused on that as well. So how do you see young leaders taking that spirit forward, that spirit of make in India?
So basically, as we know, the government is actually already creating an ecosystem. We have various schemes. Like we have schemes like Sagar Mala, Bharat Mala, and like schemes like PM Mitra, National Freight Dedicated Corridors, where government is actually focusing on building the ecosystem. But the role of young entrepreneurs come into play, where they actually use all these opportunities, track all these opportunities, because the entrepreneurs of young age are much more educated, much more aware about what is going on in the Western countries, and they can actually take that, work on that, and then they can build themselves according to that. So the duty of young entrepreneurs as of now is actually learn, cohort, and build on that.
Okay, that's an interesting way of putting it. Yeah, yes, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, so like I think Adani can play a huge role in Make in India, and how? Because Adani is actually building the core infrastructure in our country besides the government. So like they are giving us the ports, the roads, the energy, green energy. And this can serve as a launch pad for the new entrepreneurs who are going to come into Make in India. So the three main pillars of any, like for an entrepreneur are capital, then human skills and operational resources. So I think Adani is giving us the operational resources, which are the rails and the roads and the ports, and this can greatly help us, grow the Make in India program. It can serve as a great
You put it very interestingly, and I think that's a good note to end the show on as well. That these foundations can actually sort of serve as launch pads, as she put it, for the younger generation. Of course, these young entrepreneurs have a lot that they expect from younger leaders, and hopefully their expectations are met with, and we create businesses that are sustainable, that are created with a long-term vision, and that ultimately provide opportunities for all. That's it from me on the show. Thanks so much for watching. Goodbye.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved.
Aam Aadmi Party leader Manish Sisodia released from Delhi's Tihar jail hours after the Supreme Court granted him bail in the alleged liquor policy scam on Friday. The top court called his incarceration for over 17 months a travesty of justice. Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav says that 8 big rail projects have been approved by the government. The cabinet has approved the bill to build 3 crore new houses. 2 crore houses will be built in rural areas and 1 crore houses will be made in urban areas. Sheikh Hasina's son speaks exclusively to NDTV and hints at joining active politics. He says that he will do whatever it takes and that he is already the de facto leader of Awami League. Opposition parties led by Sonia Gandhi walked out of the Rajya Sabha today in a powerful show of support for Samajwadi Party MP Jaya Bachchan after she clashed with Chairperson Jagdeep Dhankar over what she called the tone of his voice and for calling her Jaya Amitabh Bachchan again. India's star javelin thrower Neeraj Chopra clinched a silver medal at the Paris Olympics, becoming the first Indian track and field athlete to win 2 consecutive Olympic medals. Twelve people were killed after Russia attacked on a supermarket in Ukraine. Russian military claimed a high-yield bomb strike in Kursk region. Reports also suggest of a surprise attack by Ukraine on Russia. Russia says that, in the meanwhile, has said that 1,000 Ukrainian troops entered its territory. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shaba. Top story at this hour, Aam Aadmi Party leader Manish Sisodia. He was released from Delhi's Tihar jail on Friday evening, hours after the Supreme Court granted the ex-Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi bail in the alleged liquor policy scam. Now, in a series of powerful observations, the top court called Mr. Sisodia's nearly 18-month incarceration a travesty of justice. Manish Sisodia, remember, had been arrested by the CBI in February last year. Manish Sisodia, who held multiple portfolios while a member of the Delhi government, including education, he was received by jubilant Aam Aadmi Party supporters, and standing in the rain, he gave a short speech as well.
A pen, his diary, and the Bhagavad Gita. Delhi government's second most powerful man, walking out of jail with his only companions for the past 17 months in Tihar's dreaded prison number 1. Leaving behind his boss and Delhi's chief minister in a prison cell next door. A silver lining for the beleaguered Aam Aadmi Party, which is fighting an existential battle without a leader. After at least 20 dates with the courts, setback after setback in bail hearings, and a prolonged investigation, a supreme verdict calling Manish Sisodia's trial a travesty of justice. His protege Atishi, who took over the reins of the education department in Delhi, broke down while speaking at one of the government schools, considered key to Manish Sisodia's education revolution plank.
I think it also underlines what we have been saying for the last 2 years, ever since this attack on Aam Aadmi Party has started, ever since this persecution and victimization of Aam Aadmi Party has started. So it's definitely a vindication. I think it's an indicator of the fact that yes, in Hindi they say, Bhagwan ke ghar mein der hai, andher nahi hai. And I think today's Supreme Court order has really vindicated all of us.
The BJP gunning for the jailed chief minister said that his former deputy is still not free from charges.
हम ये जानते हैं कि शराब नीति घोटाले में मनीष सिसोदिया को बेल मिली है और किसी भी अपराधी को बेल मिलना वो अपराध मुक्त होना नहीं होता है। जांच अभी चल रही है, साक्ष्य कोर्ट के सामने आएंगे। अरविंद केजरीवाल हो, मनीष सिसोदिया हो या बाकी लोग हो, इन सब ने शराब नीति घोटाले में कमीशन खाई है, दलाली खाई है और ये फैसला जनता की अदालत में सबके सामने होगा।
The Supreme Court in its bail order set the record straight, invoking the precedent that bail is the norm and jail the exception.
What I really admire and appreciate about judges is that they've walked the talk. They've not said it, they've actually done it. That is important. You know, just to say it, just to rhetorically declare it, but they have walked the talk. They've dealt with the matter in a very fair and a very quick and a very comprehensive manner, and they've done justice.
The Aam Aadmi Party now pins its hopes on the same Supreme Court for relief to Arvind Kejriwal.
And Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he will visit the landslides hit Wayanad on Saturday to review the relief and rehabilitation efforts and also to interact with the survivors. Now, officials said that Prime Minister Modi will reach Kannur around 11 a.m. and then undertake an aerial survey of the landslides affected area in Wayanad. So the Prime Minister will also be visiting the hospitals as well as the relief camps that have been set up in Wayanad. And he is also likely to visit the Bailey Bridge constructed by the army in record time. Prime Minister will also be meeting the rescuers apart from likely meetings with the Chief Minister as well as the Chief Secretary. And to help the displaced people and assist in rehabilitation efforts in Wayanad, NDTV has started the Care for Kerala campaign. Actor Shriya Sharan, she in fact joins the NDTV campaign Care of Kerala. Listen in to what she had to say.
Hi, I'm Shriya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative